Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now back to sports collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Jake Santos, and the Bulldog Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond. Vince Clementi, a year between 1909 and 1969. What are we going to talk about today?
All right, we're going to go back to this year where milk was 26 cents a gallon. The average price for a car was between $600 and $650, and the Philadelphia Athletics won the World Series. It's also the year that movie stars Clint Eastwood and Sean Connery were born. And that year is 1930.
1930, what a year.
That was a great year.
Yes. That's look at the
and
Bulldog.
A journalism Hall of Famer was also born that year.
That's a big story that year.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Looking through the archives here, there is one beautiful item that stands out that ran in the Huggins and Scott spring auction that bidding ended May 29th. Including buyer's premium, it went for $11,700. This was that 1930 Cubs team-signed George Burke photo album. It was made out to Danny Taylor. It was still had this cool album, actually, and it had 32 4x6 single-player signed photos with 7 Hall of Famers, including Hack Wilson. You got to look this thing up just to look at it. Search in the Huggins and Scott, the auction that just ended, 1930 Cubs, and it comes up. Just some of the pictures, and they made them out to the Danny Taylor. Really cool. But went for a total of $11,700. Another item, we got wieners and waners today, okay? This was a 1930s Lloyd and Paul Wainer Wainers baseball game. Okay, cool game, only sold for $192. So if you do still have one in your attic, maybe you play the game, maybe not worth selling it for that amount. But
Tom, I have a play ball card today. You're an autograph from Wainer, and he sent the autograph back, but he signed his name 3 times. I mean, each time was 1,000 hits. That's a fact.
Oh, which Wainer, Paul or Lloyd?
It was Big Poison, I think. Little Poison was Lloyd.
Little Poison was Lloyd. Okay. Do you still have that?
Well, I don't have it. My son does. I got to check that out. See what if they've still got it.
Yeah, if you have Hall of Famers signed play ball cards, those are big. Yeah, that's very good. Have your son send me some pictures. Make one intersection, make it very quickly on Lombardi on that trade involving Quinlan. The story was, I think it's more than a rumor, was that Quinlan had made some derogatory remarks about Lombardi, calling him the Jap, and that's one thing Lombardi could not take. He canned him right away. Just like when he had Jim Ringo came into his office, one more pay. He was the center on that team with his agent, and Lombardi didn't want to give him that kind of money. He went out the door. He said, "Gentlemen, give me about a couple of minutes." He came back in, and he said to them, to the agents, he said, "You're talking to the wrong person. James Ringo is now the property of the Philadelphia Eagles." He traded him on a phone call like that. So, wow! If you hit a nerve with Lombardi, you're going to pay for it. Wow, man, that's something else. I just would love to have. That's another thing. If you can have if your son has it handy and wants to send me the picture of your picture with Lombardi, that I don't think I ever saw that one. That's a neat one. You got some great photos there.
You got to check that attic, John. If he's got an attic, you got to have him look in there.
Mine are in the basement. His basement, I think, because he's got them now.
Okay. Very good. Here's one other thing from this was circa 1930s. Lou Gehrig signed original photograph, PSA DNA Type 1 photo signed by Gehrig. They're asking $24,995 for that item on the REA marketplace. Really cool. I love those original photos, but really now too, Bulldog, I don't know if you've heard us talking about it though, but if you have vintage cards signed by Hall of Famers, that market has really picked up. So you might have
the cards were not signed, but the autographs came in a letter. I sent a letter to these guys.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So the signing is not on the card. No, none of those. They were not signed on the card.
Okay.
But I had personal letters of them. No, not on the cards, unfortunately. No.
Oh, yeah, those are big. Yeah. Now, some of the cut signatures can be good. You know, it just depends who that is. But, you had me excited there. I thought you had play ball cards that were signed. But
I have the play ball card, but that's not signed. And by the way, when you got those letters from those guys with a guy like DiMaggio, you suppose that somebody else would sign it in the PR office? You think it's real? You'd have to have it authenticated.
That can happen, but that's where if you were going to sell that type stuff, let's say through a Huggins and Scott auction, they'd have JSA look them all over and give an auction authentication to them. And if any of them weren't authentic, they'd send them back to you. So, because that does happen. So there can be a team signed baseball and one guy could be secretarial on the ball and everybody else can be good. I mean, things happen. I told this story. This one guy came into T-Crown and he had I think it was a Robert Kennedy signed book. And he had a story that they originally didn't have it signed. It came back to him and it wasn't signed. So he sent it back, or he checked with them. They said, okay, if you send it back, we'll sign it for sure. And we'll have the president sign it too. And it came back, but they were both secretarial. So the guy was all excited. I hate having to break the news. I always, the worst part about this, when people have something that they think is good and I have to tell them it's not that valuable, or you know, it's not authentic. That's never fun to do. But
no.
You know, you have to be honest. You have to break the news, good or bad, to people. That's like if you send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com, I'll be honest with you, good or bad. And you know, a lot of cool stuff doesn't sell for things, and then sometimes, like I'll ask, well, do you have anything else? And sometimes something will be brought up that you didn't even think was valuable and turns out to be the best item there. So you just never know. Who is the guy from Nile Kinnick? That one time the guy came in.
Nile Kinnick.
Yeah. Now the guy came in, had some early 60s cards, just a handful. They were beat up, no Hall of Famers. And I was like, well, you have anything else? He goes, well, I got this old autograph book. And he had a bunch of signatures in there, but one page in one of those smaller autographs had a bold Nile Kinnick autograph. He had no idea even who it was, but I knew that was a valuable autograph. We ended up sending that in. They took that page out and sold it separately, and I think that sold for $4,000 or $5,000 all by itself.
No kidding you. If you go, by the way, to Iowa, see a football game in Iowa, there's a big statue in front of the stadium, Nile Kinnick, and the name of the stadium is Nile Kinnick Stadium.
Yeah. He was killed in as a pilot in World War II, just doing training exercises.
That's right, in the Caribbean he was, and that made him more of a legend too. I hate to say that, but it does when something like that happens. Yeah.
Well, it also, when big names die younger, their autographs are typically more valuable because they don't have as many autographs out there. And that was like that movie, I forget what it was called, that I was telling Nancy about, that I thought her dad would have really liked. I think it was on Apple TV Plus. It was like 8 episodes, but it was pilots during World War II. And it gave you the real feel of what it was like in those things. I always thought, you know, a pilot, that's like the easiest thing there. But man, you watching that really made you respect what some of those pilots went through in World War II. And a lot of guys did just crash, you know, in some of those without even having anything to do with being shot down.
No.
So that was definitely dangerous. So pretty cool. Now, I wanted to get this one in. We hadn't mentioned this. I just saw this yesterday. In the Huggins and Scott auction, there was a 19th century catcher's mask and chest protector that ended up getting 80 bids. The combo for the two of them went for $22,200. Now, that could be something that's in somebody's attic. If you're in an older house or you just moved a couple times and threw some of that stuff up, it's some old mask or whatever. That's like the Notre Dame jacket that guy had hanging in his basement, heard the show, and we sold it for him and went for a few grand. And it actually, Notre Dame had paperwork that it was ordered by Newt Rockney. Well, that's the tune. We're done once again. I got to stop whether I want to or not. Okay. Thanks once again now to Robert Edward Auction President Brian Dwyer. Go to collectrea.com. Also to Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery 24/7, right, Vince?
Yes, sir. 365.
All right. Very good. Great job by Jake Santos this week. And thanks also to the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond and Nancy Huggins for being on with us. Now, if you have an item you think might be valuable, send me a picture and a little background, tcrowntom@gmail.com. And you can also tweet to my attention, tcrowntom, if you have something. So have a great week, and thanks for listening. We'll be back hopefully next Saturday.
There you go.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're gonna dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's Tyler and Shea on ESPN Chicago with you every single Saturday morning, 8 to 9 a.m. And as always, you can take us on the go with the ESPN Chicago app and watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com, search ESPN Chicago. Same on Twitch. Shea, we had ourselves a little day yesterday. I had what I am going to call an adult snow day. after I no longer had to come into work because of the White Sox game.
So I want to know who was the happier between you and Waddle.
Waddle got his golf round in, so I'm sure he was thrilled.
And you went 120ing.
And I went, I did the driving range to Wrigley Field pipeline, which for me, I mean, that's a perfect day right there.
Yeah, that's your dream.
Especially when you're not expecting it to. Like that was always the childish beauty of the snow day, was that you were expecting to go to school, and then all of a sudden that phone rang, or you saw on the bottom scroll of your local news that your school or your district was closed for the day, and it was the greatest feeling ever.
And it happened just listening to the station in the morning when Jesse said the Sox game is getting moved up.
I heard him say that. I was like, whoa. And then I saw a notification come through from MLB just moments later. I'm like, whoa, all right. I'm off today.
I don't think I've ever had the equivalent of an adult snow day. I'm trying to think of, because, I've worked mornings my entire career.
Yeah.
And when you work mornings in this business, not that I'm complaining, like I'm not laying tar down on a highway, but when you work mornings, you don't get the I'll say benefit of short shows in the summer, getting cut off by baseball or whatever. It happened one time because of the Boston Marathon. That's it. So we just show up and our hours are hours and we work. I don't know that I've ever had the adult snow day experience. I have to imagine it's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, the only reason I get it really is because of rain and baseball. Like, that's the only thing that sort of gets in the way, the adult snow day type of deal.
But usually you're aware of it. Like, yesterday was super unique because it was out of left field surprise. Let's go to a Cubs game.
Which is funny because earlier in the week, I went to the game on Wednesday, and I was anticipating being off at 5 o'clock, or 5:30 maybe it was, and then going to the game right after. I'd have plenty of time, go home, all that stuff, eat a quick dinner, head on over to the baseball game. But they did the same thing because they moved the game up from what should have been a 6 o'clock Central start to a noon Central start because of rain. And all of a sudden, I'm here till 6:30.
Yeah.
And then it's like, all right, I'm zipping it to Wrigley from here. Leave the bag here and go. And then I get the inverse. And I was texting with Meller yesterday, and he was just like, wow, you got a hell of a trade. Even though you had to go in or stay later on Wednesday, you got the full day on Friday.
Yeah.
And yesterday was the official start of summer, too.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Weather-wise, official start of summer.
And about time.
Yeah, seriously, we're past Memorial Day at this point.
Also, will say, just this is kind of nonsense, but this morning, waking up, I took the dog out, and there's that little chill in the air. Today is going to be warm and really nice.
Yeah.
But you wake up, and it's like 55, 60 degrees, and it's a little chilly. That is the best feeling in the world.
Oh, it's
the early
tremendous.
Morning chill on a summer day.
Yep.
With
or
the
even
sun
a fall
out.
day, too.
Yeah. Oh, well, listen, I'm fall greater than summer guy. There's nothing better than a fall chill. Windows open, 60 degrees.
The hoodie and shorts weather.
Yep, the leaves are changing outside the window, but you got all the windows open.
Later.
Yeah, crisp. And football's coming.
Feels like football in the air. Oh, yeah, that's the best. But yeah, no, official start of summer, and you're going to be out and about today as well at Weeds Tavern.
Weeds Tavern at 2 o'clock. We are doing a foosball tournament with Michelob Ultra, and it's going to be a lot of fun. You can come watch the Champions League final, PSG and Inter Milan, hang out, play a little mini foosball, and if you are a winner of your foosball match, you'll qualify to take part in the Chicago finals, the tournament we're going to have. I believe the date is June 22nd for USA and Haiti in the CONCACAF Gold Cup. So you'll be able to hang out, watch that, and participate in the Chicago finals. If you win that tournament, you are going to get a trip to the national finals for this foosball tournament for Mick Ultra. And if you win there, you get 2026 World Cup tickets.
Damn.
Yeah. So there's no reason for you not
and that's
to come
here,
out.
Right?
No, there are no matches here.
Well, not in Chicago, but it's in the United States, right?
Yeah. It's so you'll get your pick of, I think, whichever city makes the most sense or wherever you want to go, and you'll get 2026 World Cup tickets.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's incredible. So they're doing like a nationwide thing, and we're finding the local Chicago champion. We're going to send them and get them to win World Cup tickets. It's going to be great.
So hang out with Shea.
There is no reason not to be at Weeds Tavern watching the Champions League final.
Kick off your summer. I'll be there. I'll join you. I'll watch.
You going to
try to foosball.
Try to win World Cup tickets?
No, I don't think I can technically win this. Can I?
Yeah, probably.
Well, it might be a skill issue too. It might be user error more than anything. But yeah, so that'll be fun today. Later on today, 2:00 at Weeds Tavern. So you and I were at the Cubs game yesterday, and all of a sudden, on a whim, I'm off for the day, and I don't remember who. Was it you that put in the chat, or maybe somebody put in the chat? It may have been me. I don't remember.
It was you.
Was it me?
Yeah. Let's send Wrigley.
I said anyone, because you're off at 10, so I know your schedule's clear. Potsy is like a wild card. You don't know if he's going to go or not. And then Chardog had to work yesterday.
Poor Charlie. He must have felt like a prisoner.
When he saw all of us, and then Potsy goes, I'm in.
Not that working with Carmen and Yurko is a prison sentence.
Good clarification there.
But
you just might get a good night call.
When three of your, well, listen, I'll be nice about it. When three of your friends are going to the Cubs game in the middle of the day because somebody got work off and you're going to Western Springs to work, there is a FOMO factor that exists.
Especially when it's a 4-man group chat and 3 of the guys are send.
Yep.
We're in. And all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, now I'm sitting here and I've got to it's almost like being left in on recess. Like if you were misbehaving or something and then you had to stay back on recess and you look outside, all your friends are having fun.
Oh,
it's kind of
there was nothing worse. You're stuck at your desk.
Oh, and it was like this time of year too, where you knew school was over, like, and the recess, it was like nice outside.
You look outside, they're playing Foursquare.
Oh,
you're stuck in your desk, sitting in the
ball.
Oh God,
damn,
poor Charlie.
Yeah, that was Charlie's experience yesterday. But anyway, so we're in our seats yesterday, and we're in like prime foul ball territory. But if it's coming our way, it's coming in hot too. And I don't know if you saw, there were 2 people that left their hidden bunkers yesterday at Wrigley Field. One was Jesse Rogers and the other was Tom Ricketts.
I did see Tom.
You do not see those 2 mingle among the people very much anymore after the last couple of years.
Yep.
But all of a sudden, here comes Jesse. He came and sat with us for a couple of innings.
Yeah, it was nice.
Tom Ricketts was out and about around the park yesterday. He had a front row seat to Kyle Tucker's double play, so we can tear that contract up. That's not coming down the pipeline.
No, dude, we're signing him for $330 now.
$250.
Ground into a double play in the bottom of the 8th. $330 million player now. Yep.
But yeah, so Jesse's sitting with us, and I don't remember who hit it, but someone hits a foul ball our way, and Jesse almost gets absolutely smoked.
Yeah, he was scared.
This thing was coming in probably about 100 exit velo on it.
It was quick, yeah.
But it was like one of those spots too where it's like right over the net, so you know it's coming in on a line.
Yep.
From that point, and ball lands literally 2 rows in front of us.
Yeah.
Jesse's sitting a row in front of us, and this thing is making a beeline for his head. Luckily for Jesse, the row in front of him knocked this thing down, and how old would you say the guy that picked it up was? Probably like.
He was probably 20 at the oldest.
Yeah. So he's got the ball. And then all of a sudden, like moths to a light, here comes a pack of, 5 or 6 kids?
Yep. They were all sitting together, by the way.
Hat in hand, coming up to this guy asking for the ball.
Yep.
I mean, what is that?
It's poor behavior.
And listen, I'm sure you're the same way too, but if I were to catch a ball at a game, it's going right to a kid.
If I'm sitting next to a kid.
Yeah.
I think, okay, so this is a conversation we can have with the people. 312-332-3776. What is the appropriate foul ball etiquette in giving it to a child?
I saw another one this week that I was baffled by.
If I catch a foul ball at a game and it's like I'm there with, let's say it's you and I, and we're surrounded by other 20 to 30-year-olds all out having a day, I'm not giving up the foul ball. Sorry. Like, I'm not going to go walk the section and find a kid and say, hey, you want this foul ball? No, I'm going to keep it. If a kid is, like, in my immediate vicinity and didn't have an opportunity to catch it because everybody around him's just bigger, here you go.
Yeah.
Congrats. But if they're not right by me, I'm keeping the foul ball for myself. Is that appropriate? Foul ball etiquette.
I don't think you have to, like, if there's one in the section, I think you have to be within tossing distance.
So, like, a couple rows?
A couple, probably like within 10.
I need them in my immediate vicinity. Like, if you're not within 2 chairs in any radius of me.
2 chairs?
Yes, I'm not giving you the ball.
Oh, then you're a pocketer. I know you're a pocketer, then.
But I'm not like Zack Hample. I'm not running
Pretty damn
down.
close.
I have to tell you something. My father did something I thought was unbelievable. This was a ball that was thrown into the stands at Comerica Park when I was home last weekend. Ball thrown into the stands, and the guy doesn't catch it. It bounces under his chair. My dad got up and ran down a row to see if he could grab the ball from underneath the chair. And I wanted to say, Dad, come on. Just, it's not like it's a home, no. It's not like it's a home run ball. Just
not like it's a ball of any value either.
Just relax. We don't need to be hunting down the ball that got thrown into the stands here. But what I'll say about yesterday is I think it's poor behavior on the kids' part, and especially on their parents, that these kids were sitting a section over from us, probably 4 or 5 rows in front of us, got up from their seats and walked over to the person who caught the foul ball, asking them to give up the foul ball.
I mean, it was like roaches. They just scattered right to this guy with the ball.
That can't happen. I don't care if you're 4 years old and it's your first day at a game. If I catch a foul ball a section over from you, get up and walk over to me and ask for it, no shot.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I thought that was one of the most ridiculous things ever yesterday.
And I blame the parents.
Why do you blame the parents, though?
Because
I don't think this is a parenting issue.
But the mom didn't say, don't do it. I looked at them when they went back.
The mom didn't have time to stop them, all right?
I have a feeling mom said, go see if you can get that ball.
I think you're making a harsh assumption here.
But I'm not going to blame the children.
The pop time from those kids to get from their seats to this section, I don't think any parent would have had the time to stop. I hope they were disciplined. Now you want them disciplined?
If they weren't disciplined, that is bad behavior on the parents' part.
I do think it's part of the TikTok culture where all these kids are like, all right, look at me, look at me, look at me. Like, I want this, I want that, all that stuff. And I think that's what contributed more than anything. It's this iPad kid culture that made them flock to this person who caught the ball. Listen, if you are a younger child and someone catches the ball, you should not be running to them, hands out, expecting a handout here. You should, like, it's on the person who catches the ball to do the right thing and to give that ball off to a kid.
I agree.
And I would have never thought as a kid, no matter how close I was to a ball getting caught next to me, I would have never thought to ask for it.
No.
I would have never done that. I think that's ridiculous.
No, the person who catches the ball has the right to do with it whatever they want to do. And if they want to keep it, well, you can have questions about their ethics. But
there is an unwritten rule book.
Like, Zack Hample's the good example. And if you're not familiar, this is a social media guy who travels from ballpark to ballpark and hunts home run balls.
Like, he scouts out stadiums, and he knows the best spots to be in for foul balls, home run balls, all that stuff.
And he will chase them down. And he has done a very good job of collecting all the big memorabilia moment home runs. I hate this guy. I think it's crazy.
He takes balls from kids, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, if a ball lands near a kid, Zack Hample will tackle that kid to get the baseball. He's a bad person.
Yes.
I don't think you should be required to give the ball up. Like what I'm saying, if there's not a kid in my immediate radius, I'm not giving up the baseball to a kid a section over. But if you think that your kid can just run over to me and ask for the ball that I caught, you're out of your mind.
What if it's a really nice catch, like one-handed catch with a beer in your hand, and there's a kid still there? You really going to give that up?
I think you almost have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's
a swift toss.
Yeah.
Because if you can do it one motion, like, you make the grab, like, hold it up, and then flip. All in one motion.
That's the Sports Center moment. You make the great one-handed grab, or you with the beer in your hand, and then you hand it to the kid next to you. You are on Sports Center.
If it's a single mom, I'd do it. I give it to the kid. If it's a single mom, then
my God, this is how you're spitting game at baseball games.
And he flashes a ring at us too.
Holy mercy! I'm sorry, Jake. You basically just said if she's a you know what. I don't know if I can say what I want to say.
Yeah,
Everybody knows the acronym I would like to use. I'm giving the kid the ball.
There was a moment at the game on Wednesday that I was at where guy caught a ball like a section over, and he was looking for a kid to give it to, and there was this guy who was there with either his girlfriend or wife, and he's like putting his hand up asking for the ball, and it was almost like, oh, he's going to pass it down because there's a kid in his row, so he's going to pass it down. Guy flips other guy the ball, and he just like pockets it. And the entire section shamed this dude into giving it to a kid.
That's unbelievable.
It was one of the most obscure things I've ever seen. And this guy's in his 20s, maybe even 30s, asking another grown man for a ball.
That's unreal.
But if you've got thoughts on foul ball etiquette, 312-332-3776. I thought the best part of it all was Jesse almost got taken out.
Yeah, you scared. I saw sweat develop on that bald-ass head
and
of
he
his.
was not paying attention
No,
either.
he was not.
Because he was sitting in the row in front of us talking to us the whole time, and he is not paying attention whatsoever. It sounded karmic almost because probably a handful of minutes before we asked him to try to get us Tarek Skubal next week on the show.
Yep.
And he said, for you guys, no chance.
Yeah. What a bleep hole. I mean, really.
Bad teammate. For you guys, no chance.
Really?
Unbelievable.
What a jerk.
It's the only window that it would have worked on a Saturday.
And then he goes, I could get it done on a Saturday for Peggy and Dion.
Yeah. How about that?
I wanted to kick him in the teeth. I never ask for a guest.
This is literally your favorite athlete right now. And I don't think it's even close.
No, it's not. It may be my favorite athlete ever because it's such a I called my shot thing. Which, if people aren't familiar, and you're not, because I did this back when I was doing radio back home in Michigan. This was my guy, and he's pitching against the Tigers will be playing the Cubs next weekend.
Yep.
We're like,
Jesse's going to be out in Detroit.
Why don't we get Tarek Skubal, Cy Young winner? He's on pace to win back-to-back. Could you get him for us on Saturday? I don't think so. I could probably do one of the other shows. What?
Jesse Rogers.
There is one person at this station who knows this guy's career cover to cover. And he's like, no shot I could give that person a chance to talk to him.
Unbelievable. All right, we'll take your calls and more when we come back. And also, if there's one Chicago, or former Chicago athlete, rather, that you could bring back home to return to one of the current teams in town, who would it be? 312-332-3776. We'll discuss that and more coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Displays is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos from $57 a month. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix, and they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Talking some foul ball etiquette after our time at the Cubs game yesterday. There was a ball hit, probably 2-3 rows in front of us, and guy caught it, and all of a sudden, I have never seen this before, but the kids came flocking to the guy who caught it. I've never seen it before. I was shocked, and it was instantaneous. It was legitimately moth to a light.
You are not getting that ball from me as the children, and I blame the parents for their poor behavior.
I would look for another kid to give it to.
That actually is even better. Go three sections over and find a kid.
Find another kid, and then you go hunting.
Yep. I'm going to go look for a kid who didn't beg for this ball and give it to them.
Someone a little more grateful for their experience.
I have a question for you. You being a dyed-in-the-wool Cubs fan.
Yeah.
You need to answer this question from our Twitch chat.
Okay.
I made a one-handed catch with a Shinerbach of a Jeff Kent home run in the Crawford boxes in Houston in 2004 off Greg Maddux.
Okay.
Lifetime achievement. Got free dinner tickets from Lowry's Steakhouse for the accomplishment. As a lifelong Cubs fan, should I have thrown the Astros Jeff Kent home run ball back onto the field?
Wait, so this guy got dinner out of it?
Yeah. One-handed catch holding a beer.
How did he get dinner out of it?
I imagine that he was on TV at the game or something, and they came and Greg Cashin gave him something.
I'm cool with that.
I think because you're on the road, you don't throw it back.
Yeah, on the road, you do what you want. At home, you throw it back, but on the road, to each their own.
If you're on the road, I'm going to say something that I think you might get angry with me.
Okay.
And I don't even know how much I really believe it, but I'm just thinking about it.
Talk this through.
If I'm on the road and it's a regular season game, it's not a playoff game, and I catch the opposing team's home run, I think I would give it to a fan of the team near me.
I can get behind that. I think it depends on the player. It depends on the player because if it was like you caught an Ohtani ball, I'm keeping that. I may keep that even if I'm in Wrigley.
But a Jeff Kent home run, if I'm a Cubs fan at Cubs Astros in 2004, it's a regular season game, and I catch a Jeff Kent home run off Greg Maddux, I'll probably just give it to an Astros fan nearby. I don't need this. I don't want it. I'm not going to throw it back because I also don't want to get my ass kicked.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think I would probably, like, if it was a middle of the road player, like, just thinking through, like, if Spencer Steer hit a home run.
Yeah, TJ Friedel.
Yeah, hit a home run. I would probably just give it to a Reds fan. Or maybe I would keep it and bring it to Waddle or Maggie Sketch in our office.
Now that I can get behind, but only if you were at Great American Ballpark. Because
Correct.
if you're at
Wrigley, that thing's going back into center field. Yeah.
Boy, was there a quick trigger on the throwbacks yesterday.
Oh my God, the one it was the second home run of the game. I can't remember who hit it. That thing was back before the guy was at first base.
Yeah, that was nuts. Like as soon as it hit the dude's hands.
It was like
we're back in center field.
It was almost like you would have thought the guy dropped it, or it was just like he had like a concrete wall there that the ball went off of and bounced back. Nope, it was incredible. 312-332-3776. Your thoughts on foul ball etiquette? Marco's in Beverly. Morning, Marco.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on?
Lifelong Cub fan. Listen, anytime I'm at the game and I've caught a few foul balls, I think it's important for people to understand that if you got kids at home, you may want to take your ball home to your kid.
That's fair.
If you don't and you're single, no kids, I give it to the kid at the park.
I think that's
my take on it.
Yeah, that's a good rule to live by there. I agree with that. Like if you have kids, bring it home as a souvenir.
I would say it's unlikely the guy who caught the ball in front of us has kids.
Oh no, he's younger than both you and I.
Yeah, he was younger than us.
Yeah. He was with his dad, I think, too.
Yeah, that's not to say he couldn't have kids. Mm-hmm. Just I believe it's...
If we're playing the probability game here.
Implausible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like may have been in college, like back on break.
Yeah.
I think definitely could have been in play. Dean's downtown. Morning, Dean.
Hey, guys. No way. So, first of all, the whole thing makes my stomach turn a bit. Like, you nailed it on the head when you said the TikTok kids, but I digress. Absolutely not. The only thing I disagreed with you two guys on is that I don't care what park or what game I'm at, I'm not throwing the ball back. I've never caught one. I haven't been in the bleachers in years. And, you know, I've actually had dreams where I've caught I don't never remember my dreams. I've had dreams where I've caught a foul ball. I've never caught one. I've had one handed to me. I was telling your producer, and it's not quite the same. But if you want to be a pro, do you guys, I know you guys remember, I'm sure Jake does too, that kid that had the ball and then swiped it around and gave it to those like few hot chicks, and then he kept the real ball. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about?
I remember that. Yeah.
So I want them to do like a where are they now on that kid, because he is going to be doing some big things down the line. Take that, fellas.
Young entrepreneur.
Yep. Guy got it. Wow. Yeah, I remember that video. That was always hilarious.
Are you a throw it back guy? I was surprised all 3 home runs got thrown back yesterday, and the decision was pretty quick to do it.
Oh, yeah. I think that's just rite of passage out there.
You think so?
You don't have a choice. If you don't throw it back, you're getting shamed.
Is that specifically like the Wrigley bleachers?
I think it's become more commonplace around the league.
It seems that way.
Throw it back.
But I think the Wrigley bleachers especially, people are going to...
Certain parks, if you don't throw it back, you're not going to hear a word. If you don't throw it back at Wrigley, you'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah.
You've become enemy number 1 in the bleachers for the rest of the game. It's just the way it's going to go. I do remember this. Do you remember it was a Diamondbacks game? It may have been a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. Guy caught a Corbin Carroll home run, and he had bet on Corbin Carroll to homer in the game.
That's a net.
And had a $700 win on it, and caught the actual ball that netted him a $700 win.
That's incredible. Well, dude, baseball's such a funny sport. Did you see what happened at the Blue Jays game this week against the A's? It was, I can't remember who hit the first one. It might have been whoever was sitting in front of Vlad. Hit a home run to left field, and it went like straight to this kid. Mm-hmm. And the kid got just the end of his glove on it and didn't catch it, and it fell into the tunnel. Ball gone.
Oh, I did see this, yeah.
Next hitter is Vlad Guerrero, who hits a blast to left field to the same kid who caught the ball.
That's awesome. All time. That is literally the Tosh.0 like redemption story.
Yes.
Are you ready to do it again?
Yeah.
Are you ready to give another shot?
Immediately. But what are the odds that I've been to a million baseball games in my life. Mm-hmm. I've never had a home run hit to me.
Yeah. I can't even remember.
And this kid had 2 and 2 at bats.
Yeah. Back to back. Bill's in Elmhurst. Morning, Bill.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning. Love the show.
Thanks, man.
So, funny story. I was at Wrigley. I was with all the interns from my office and caught a home run ball. Ended up giving it to a little kid in the front row. It was his birthday. His brother told us it was his birthday.
Nice.
All right field save. So, at one point or another, the guy, the guys that man the bleachers or whatever in the field, in the bleachers or whatever,
Like the security people?
guards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So one of the kids I was with gave him a card or something, but it was against the Mets. Luis Valbuena hit the home run, like the 8th. The Cubs ended up sending me a signed Luis Valbuena baseball with a handwritten note that said, "Stay true, we love Cubs fans, go blue," or something like that. But it was really cool. They got my address from the kid and sent me a handwritten letter with a signed Luis Valbuena baseball. So
that's pretty cool.
The Cubs are the best.
Yeah,
it was, man. It was a cool story. It's give it to a kid. That's what I say.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bill. It does pay. Like the one time I caught a ball and gave it to a kid, it was a foul ball at a White Sox game, and then the dad of the kid bought me and all my friends beer. So it's like it does like, usually pay for it. I've always thought it would be cool to be the one that catches like someone's first home run, and then you get to do like the whole exchange.
Oh, dude,
I've wanted to do that forever.
I long to be in that position. Where
because you're going to be an a-hole about it?
Yeah, of course.
This is where you're a bad guy.
No.
Yeah.
Of course.
You're really going to hold somebody's first home run ball hostage?
Maybe not first home run ball because that player could turn into anything, but a milestone home run, yeah, I'm holding it out. Like if I catch, pick your player, their 500th home run, I'm out of that building immediately. Immediately.
Really?
If it's the first inning. And I catch a 500th home run ball, I'm going to guest services, I'm getting it authenticated, and I'm getting the hell out.
They make it so difficult for the milestones now. They don't want you to do that.
No, they don't want you to leave, but legally they can't stop you.
Right.
All they are legally obligated to do is authenticate the baseball, and you do what you want with it.
Incredible.
They're either going to make me a significant offer that will match what I could make financially off of the baseball, or I'm gone. But the idea that you go to guest services, I've never understood this. With the milestone home run, and you take it to guest services and they authenticate it, and then they hold you hostage in the stadium, and they're like, we're going to get you an autographed bat and a signed jersey and 82 games next year you'll be able to attend. No. Like if this baseball is worth more than $1 million at an auction, you got to match the money.
Yeah. Okay, 500 home run ball, different. What if it was like a guy's 200th home run ball?
I'd have to see what the offer is and what I would stand to make on it.
What would you want?
My thing is, I would probably...
Spencer Torkelson hits his 200th home run.
Boy,
you catch the ball.
If he hits 200 home runs, we're in a good place. I would still probably get out of the building and just give myself some time.
Over a 200th home run ball?
No, but I think whatever offer you get in the building that night is going to be low ball. And let me get out of here, and we'll be in touch. I'm not saying I wouldn't give the ball back.
We'll be in touch.
But I'm not going to accept some low ball offer they're just trying to attract me with in the moment. I'm going to go home, think about it. It's mine to do with what I want. What do you want me to do?
312-332-3776. More foul ball talk and Chicago athletes you want to bring home.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like a good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me tomorrow from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Yurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you tomorrow from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
All right, do's and don'ts, foul balls, milestone, home runs, any sort of ball that you catch like that. Talking about it here. This is on the heels of yesterday after we almost saw the end of Jesse Rogers' life, after he almost got killed by a foul ball that came screaming his way. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here, you and I have had a little back and forth on what to do with the milestone baseball.
Yeah, we've sparked the age-old debate of if you catch the 500th home run ball off somebody, are you keeping it or are you giving it back to the team?
500th, I think you take matters into your own hands a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're talking like 300th, 400th, like someone's going to catch Schwarber's 400th home run ball in the next 2-3 years. 400, like, what's it really worth?
I just need a reward that is worth it to me and matches the financial thing that I could get out of it.
I'm trying to think, like, what is a 400th home run ball even worth?
Lifetime season tickets.
Lifetime season tickets.
Start from a position of extreme.
That's the power of negotiation.
Yeah. Art of the deal, dare I say. You start.
You always struck me as a reader. You're the one trying to impart book club on me every year.
I do, dude. I read books.
Not football season. I'm reading.
I'm going to guest services. I'm getting the ball authenticated, and then I'm holding them over a barrel for lifetime season tickets or $200,000. You pick. I don't need a signed bat or a signed jersey. Lifetime season tickets or money. Something I can use.
Depending on the player, I would probably do the signed jersey. But first home run ball, I'm giving that no matter what. I'm not even really asking for anything either. Like, it's common courtesy from a team. Okay, you'll get bat, jersey, all that stuff, meet and greet, whatever. Like, that I feel like is pretty commonplace for a first home run ball. And I do that no matter what. Even if it's like a top prospect, like, I'm doing that no matter what.
But what if it's like one of the no doubt, this is going to be one of the best? Like
the Paul Skeens equivalent to it. Like, if you caught Bryce Harper's first home run.
You caught Fernando Tatis Jr.'s first home run ball. Like, it's a player that you know, this dude is going to be legit.
I'm still giving it to him. I'm giving it to him.
You're a better man than I.
Yeah,
I tell you,
low bar to clear.
Any milestone ball you catch at a baseball stadium, you authenticate it and you get the hell out of the building.
Brandon's in Elmhurst. Morning, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
I don't know. First home run ball, I think you give it back.
Yeah.
500th, you definitely get something for it. But I've caught 4 foul balls and 1 home run. I actually caught 2 in the same night at a Sox game, and I just ended up giving them to some young kids who were sitting right next to me.
Now, did you catch 2 because, like, they were coming right at you, or because you were able to do a little scramble drill? And
one was a scramble. The other one was just a pop-up right to me, and it was like a Thursday night game, and there was 1,000 people there. So,
yeah, thanks for the call, Brandon. Remember when I did the Jerry triple header?
Yes.
How I came out of that with no foul balls is beyond me. There could not have been more than 50 people at that game.
You should have been hunting them down. You should have been Zack Hample your way around the stadium.
I could have hampled my way through the stadium for 18 innings.
Can you imagine? Like, hunting down a home run ball is one thing. You just start running around to chase down foul balls.
Get a life.
Off the bat of one of those White Sox from last year, too.
It was White Sox Royals, too. It's not like the Royals were anything special.
Hey, they made the playoffs,
I guess
and
they
beat the Orioles. Let's put a little respect on Kansas City.
Bobby Witt is on that team. I'd take that back.
But, Andrew Benintendi, foul ball. I'm running to track it down. No thanks.
Yeah. Mark's in New Mexico. Morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. I've got a unique story here. I was at Wrigley a few years ago, and I'm sitting down in one of those clubs underneath the stadium. I'm talking to a man and his daughter. The daughter is all dressed up. She's maybe a teenager, dressed up in a uniform with a hat and a glove. And the father tells me how she's into baseball. Fast forward to the warm-up of the game. I'm sitting right field side, front row, believe it or not, front row. I'm watching the Arizona Diamondbacks warm up, okay? At the end of their warm-up, their second baseman, who is a famous guy, I don't remember his name, starts walking up towards the stand holding a baseball. And he's looking at somebody to give it to, okay? So I just sort of stand there. I don't say a word. I sort of cup my hands, and he gives me the ball. Okay, he gives me the ball. So here I have this ball from the second baseman. He's an all-star. I can't remember his name. And I feel really good. And a few rows over, I see this young girl with her uniform and this and that and the glove. And I say, boy, I think I'm going to do a good deed here. I'm going to give this young lady the ball. She's so enthusiastic and this and that. So I walk over. I say, here, the gentleman, the player just gave me the ball. I want to give you the ball, because it was something very special, and I thought you'd really like it. So she takes the ball, doesn't really thank me, and then I watch her the next few innings. I watch her, and I see that this girl's already collected 5 or 6 baseballs from other people. And she already had 5 or 6 before I had given her the ball.
What, is she running a scam?
And I got upset. I mean, here I'm an adult. I'm an adult. This is a baseball. This is Wrigley Field, front row. The guy gives it to me.
Mark, when was this? I want to figure out
who scammed me. Who's what?
I want to figure out who gave you the baseball. When about was this?
This was a few years ago. His is the All-Star second baseman. He's has a Hispanic name. Yeah, for Arizona. Yeah.
The only person I can really, and it's not even. Would it be Ketel Marte? Like who?
Yeah, it was. I think that's the fellow's name. He's an all-star, isn't he? He's a very good player.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like, Mark, you found Mrs. Hample here. Like, you found Zach's wife or daughter or something. Like, I don't know what you found here, but thanks for the call. I mean, 5 or 6. At a certain point, like, you're a teenager. Like, let's start dishing them out.
Listen, also being handed or thrown a baseball by a player is just very different. When I was a kid, we had seats in right field, and I caught a ball that Maglio Ordonez threw, one of the warm-up baseballs in between innings. I caught a ball from Maglio Ordonez. It's cool, but it was never going to be catching a home run from someone.
No. Have you ever? I've always wanted to ask an MLB player, like, do you realize the power you wield when you like start doing the little fake, like, where am I throwing this ball? Like, do you realize the power that you wield?
Yeah.
How you can just make or ruin someone's day?
Yep, 100%.
I've always wanted to ask a player that at some point.
They probably enjoy it.
Oh,
I would.
yeah, 1,000%. More of your phone calls when we come back.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Today, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations. A short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you? you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text REP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text REP to 321-321. That's REP to 321-321.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Thanks to Jake Santos for producing today's show. Don't forget, you can go out and see Shea later on today, 2 to 4 p.m. out at Weeds Tavern.
Come on down. We're hanging out, Mick Ultra, mini foosball. Get yourself a chance to potentially win some World Cup tickets in 2026. Very good prize.
Great spot in the city, too, Weeds Tavern.
Looking forward to it. I've never been.
Check it out later on today, 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Champions League final. What the hell else you got going on Saturday?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Come hang out, drink some Mick Ultra. Beautiful day. Watch PSG and Inter Milan.
Nothing
be fun.
better. Nothing better. I'll see you there. I'll be there.
I can't wait. I look forward to it.
All right, we've been taking some foul ball calls, some milestone baseball calls today. 312-332-3776. Try to squeeze everyone in here. We'll start with Steve in Elmhurst. Morning, Steve.
Hey, morning, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener. You guys are awesome. Love the station.
Thank you.
So going back to the home run balls. So there's a show, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, called King of Collectibles with Ken Golden, the auction company.
Okay.
And he's sold like Wagner cards and all these crazy things. It's awesome. But there was this one kid, he caught the first Jason Dominguez homer. I think it was in Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And he caught it with like his bare hand and everything. It was insane. But that went for like $10,000 on an auction. So on one of their platforms. So yeah, and he was like one of the highest, touted prospects in the league. So yeah. I mean, do you feel like I almost feel like that's just not enough. I thought that something like that would go for way more. I mean, I know you guys have been talking about, lifetime season tickets and whatnot. So yeah, just want to know your guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, $10,000, I'm finding some other deal, I think, than the $10,000 there. Like, I'm looking for tickets, bat, jersey, all that stuff. I think I'd rather have that.
Yeah, if it's only going to be $10,000. Like, I'm talking about if I have a chance.
I may lose the monetary value of it, but it's.
If I have a chance to make some life-changing money, then I'm getting the hell out of the building.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Is where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
Like, and looking at what some of these baseballs are worth, we're talking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, the top 10 most valuable baseballs. So I'm getting the hell out of the building.
Yeah, we were looking at it, too. Like, some of these probably should be worth a little bit more, too. Like, Barry Bonds' 73rd home run ball is only went for a little over $500,000. His 756 was about $750,000. And to think that, like, Shohei's 50th home run ball for a 50-50 season was going for over 4 times that?
Yeah. $4.1 million or something like
crazy.
That for Shohei's 50th home run last year.
Yeah. John's in Streamwood. Morning, John.
Hi, guys. I may have the ultimate foul ball story. I want you to go back a year. Shohei Ohtani is sitting in a dugout. A game is going on. A foul ball, a hard foul ball, goes directly toward him. The bat boy who is sitting in front of him reaches up, spears the foul ball just before it hits his face. Do you remember that?
I do not. I don't.
Oh, then that just may not be that much then. All I was asking is, I mean, he saved Ohtani's face that day. I was curious if Ohtani had ever rewarded him. Did he ever do anything for the bat boy who either may have saved his life or saved his face?
Yeah, I guess, well.
I found the video on YouTube. I'm going to watch it now. I want to see how impressive this actually is.
I mean, Ohtani, millions in the hole. I don't know how much he's got to give away.
Oh, wow, dude.
Did he actually save his life?
Legitimately may have saved Shohei Ohtani from a face-breaking injury.
Okay. So how much was that worth? How much was that snag worth?
The rest of Ohtani's career earnings.
700 something million.
Get him in the escrow account.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that guy's probably just like boys with Ohtani for life. Then, was it a home or road game? Can you tell?
Looks like a road game. They're in the Grays.
Road game. Okay, so maybe that's the only time he sees Shohei all year. Then that's probably it.
But some of these teams bring the bat boy or the ball boy with them now.
Really? I thought it was always the home team provides both bat and ball boys.
I noticed yesterday the Reds ball boy was wearing a Reds jersey with BB on the back.
No, but the team brings the jersey.
And they just give it
to whatever person they provide.
Yeah, because this guy in the Dodger dugout is wearing a Dodgers jersey and a Dodger helmet. So I don't know if it's a Dodger employee or if it's a stadium employee that just gets the Dodger gear.
Yeah, I think it's the home team usually provides
that
stuff. Real quick, Rob's in Sugarland, Texas. Morning, Rob.
Morning, gent. I don't want to see soft Shea on this, walking 3 sections over. I want to see Shea take the ball, find the kid nearest him, taunt the other kids in the process, and hand it to them. That's the Shea I want to see.
And it would not surprise anyone.
No, it wouldn't.
And on the momentum home run ball, Shea, you know how much money you would spend in beer and hot dogs if you had lifetime tickets? You better get a hell of a haul for that ball.
That's what I'm saying, Rob. I am very consistent. If ever I catch a memorabilia home run, that player can know they ain't seeing it that night.
Correct. What you're going to be offered inside the stadium is going to be a low ball offer. It's going to be available to you the next day, a week. You don't even know what the value of the ball is at that time.
When it's like,
get the heck out of there.
Rob, we talked about the guy who pulled the one-of-one Paul Skeens card that was worth millions of dollars, and the Pirates made their offer of, sit in the suite with Livy Dunn. Why? So she can ignore me for 9 innings, and then I'm going, good to meet you. I'm Livy Dunn. I got to take this phone call. And then you never see her again. But at least you have season tickets to the Pirates, something nobody wants. And, why would you take that offer ever?
$20 a beer, $15 a hot dog, $35 for parking. You'd be getting the short end of the stick.
Yep.
Maybe that's what you look for as the superlative, the little on top thing.
I need a concession pass. I am never going to spend $1 in this stadium again.
Like the golden ticket for concessions, something like that.
That's valuable.
Yeah. I think that's not a bad trade-off. All right, that's going to do it for us today. We'll be back with you next week for Tigers and Cubs. We're going mano-a-mano here.
Tyler versus Shea next week.
Yeah, that's what it becomes. CDGA Golf Show is coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Orioles.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller. Today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Show on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky, Mike Gilligan, talking all things in the world of golf with you. If you want to join us, 312-332-3776. And Mike, it feels like we're finally turning in the golf season. I felt like yesterday may have been the official start of summer, and you have had yourself quite the golfing week already.
I really have. I mean, I'm here to tell you, first and foremost, good morning. And secondly, what a weekend of weather we have coming to us, and we deserve it. Saw a lot of people getting out already. The golf courses, parking lots are packed on the way down. It's going to be a great weekend, and I think summer officially starts on Monday. Yeah. 85. Casey and I are heading out to the media day at TPC Deer Run.
Lovely.
We're going to play
John
that
Deere.
golf course, yes. But, yeah, this week's been an interesting week for me. My week on the golf course started over at South Shore on Tuesday morning, bright and early, and we're going to be having an event there next Saturday, which I'll be broadcasting from, and you'll be here. Mm-hmm. But I'm in the middle of the second fairway. I'm the only one out there, the only one. One seagull is got to be about 300 feet in the air, and I mean drills me in the back with his morning deposit, I guess, is. Yeah, and that was not a great way to start off a morning, but thank God I was able to. He hit me all in my jacket and everything else, so I was able to clean that up. So the next time I step on a golf course is Thursday, and we're heading to the first tee from the practice range, and we drive behind the 9th green at Briarwood Country Club, and we're playing with Dan Roan, the legendary sportscaster, and Shelley Solo, our past president of the CDGA, and he had us out as his guest. It was very nice. All of a sudden, as I'm going to the tee, I get this pain in my chest, and I don't know what's happening. I got drilled by a golf ball, and I mean hard. This didn't bounce. It airmailed right into my chest.
So on a line.
On a line, and it was hot. And so I go to the first tee in a little bit of pain, and I'm asking for shots, and, of course, they give me nothing. And we start to play. So par the first hole, par the second hole. Now we're on a par 5. I hit a perfect tee shot. I have a go zone. We're going to get home in 2. I got 5-iron. I pull it back, and just as I get to the top of the swing, a wasp stings me in the ear.
Oh,
and I absolutely hit it straight off the hosel, and I almost took out Dan Roan at the same time. So, yeah, it's been an interesting day and week, I should say, on this golf course. So I look at it this way. It can only get better from here.
That's true. Yeah. You got the trifecta, drilled by a ball, stung by a bee, and dropped on.
Yeah, dropped on. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
So yeah, you've hit the trifecta all in a day or two's work.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a good round of golf the next time I go out, which will be tomorrow morning.
Hopefully none of that will happen. I was once playing with one of my friends, and he got hit twice on the same hole.
No way.
He got hit like back of the leg. Like that one was on a line, so a group teed off ahead or behind us, and should not have been hitting. And then we're on the green, and the same group one hops them and hits them in the back of the leg again. Same hole.
That's amazing.
And it wasn't like we were playing slow either. Like we were held up by, there was a group in front of us that was, and I'm sure there were plenty of other groups in front that were holding up the line there, but it wasn't like we were playing slow. It was just like, let's wait our turn here.
Well, that tends to happen. How about being hit by somebody in your own group? I've been hit 4 times. That was the 4th time I've ever been hit by a golf ball. The first time was in Hilton Head, and I'm with a good friend of mine, and they put a single with us, and the single was deliberate. He was slow. So there was a water hazard you had to carry to get onto this par 4, and he dunked it in the water. So then he looked to do a drop, hit that in the water. By that point, we drove the cart around the green, and we're walking up back behind the green, and we see he puts down another one and swings and hits it. And I turned to my buddy, and I said, "Did you see that?" He said, "No, did you?" I said, "No, we took one step, and it drills me in the stomach." And to this day, the guy that hit me still doesn't know he hit me. And that's the funniest part. He goes, and he kept saying to me, he goes, "Gilly, are you going to tell him?" I'm like, "No. I mean, I'm not going to make him feel bad."
Yeah.
But he goes, "But he drilled you."
Yeah. Oh, that's an awkward situation.
It is.
There. Like, especially when it's someone you don't know. It's
But the guy that actually hit me on Thursday, get this, it was his first round as a new member.
Oh boy.
Oh, did he feel
man.
awful? He was apologizing to the member in my group, thinking, "Am I going to get tossed out of the club?" He was asking, "Can I buy you a drink? Can I buy?" He came out on the golf course and checked on me to make sure I was still okay.
Well, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that was nice. So in a weird way, I made a new friend. So he actually invited me to come back to play as his guest. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you're the biggest winner out of all of
Yeah,
that there.
I'm thinking, all right, a little pain. I get a free round.
You know what's funny is my best friend in life, my current roommate right now, we've been friends. We're coming up on like 20 years of friendship. It all started because he drilled me in the chest with a baseball. We were on 7 or 8 year old baseball, and I was warming up to pitch. He was sitting on the bench, so he was the one that was warming up with me. And I look back at the game, and all of a sudden he's thrown the ball back after I threw a pitch, hits me square in the stomach. I lose my breath, and I collapse down, and then we've been best friends ever since. So you may have just found your new best friend.
That's right. Sometimes some of your best friends are made in the wildest and weirdest
moments
ways
of pain.
of starting and pain and sometimes even anger and frustration, but they turn out to be great people.
All right, so you've been hit 4 times?
4 times.
What was the most painful one?
That first time.
The first one?
Oh, because
now you're a seasoned vet of it?
Yeah, and it's weird. Every time I've been hit, I didn't know that I got hit right away. And it registers like after about a good second and a half. Then you realize, I just got hit by a golf ball. But I started thinking, well, geez, if I was 1 inch or 2 this way or that way, it would have hit me in the eye, the ear, the temple, who knows? But, and again, he did yell 4, which is something everybody needs to do. I know when you hit a bad shot, you don't want to do it, but you do need to yell if you have got people in your way. Because I will say, if you've ever hit anybody, you do feel bad, even though it isn't your fault technically, but technically it is according to insurance and law. But who can control their ball that good? Nobody. No. I mean, not even Scotty. Yeah. I mean, so I get it, but you do need to use proper etiquette and, behavior of sort. Because again, it could kill somebody. Yeah. It really could. But yeah, that first one, after it hit me so hard that I didn't feel well for the rest of the day. Like it hit my stomach so hard, and it jumbled stuff in my stomach around. I was just not feeling too good for the rest of the day. So yeah, that was the worst one.
Yeah, that's it has not happened to me, knock on wood. But I can't imagine it's you're right though, like the whole 4 stuff too. Like even if there's even a shadow of a doubt in your mind that this might hit, yell it.
Yeah.
Just always out of caution.
Because even at the same way, it's kind of therapeutic. Because you're mad anyway, you hit a bad shot.
Yeah.
Then you can just scream 4.
It's a 4-letter word.
It's a 4-letter word. It starts with F.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to hear from some people, too. If you've got a story of being hit by a golf ball, or maybe you hit someone with a golf ball, 312-332-3776. Mike got struck this week.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another one that was really wild. And I was actually rangering I was working at the Village Links at the time, and I watched a guy take it down the 7th hole, and there's Lambert Avenue runs down the left side, and he hits this high sweeping draw, but there was a wind helping the draw, and it took it out of bounds. But just as it did, a car came up the street, and it was one of those Pontiac Fieros, which used to be a hot car. And he just pulled it out of Haggerty Chevrolet and was driving it down the street, brand new, with the sticker in the window, and the ball went right through the windshield. And he pulled right in behind the 7th tee because there was a service road. Oh, was he angry.
Damn.
So angry. But, yeah, I mean, golf balls, they can go just about anywhere. And I'm sure we've got a few stories out there. So I'd love to hear from you.
I've always had the fear of hitting a window, like a house, off a house, or hitting a car. Like, sometimes some of these courses, like, I always think of Chick Evans. And I forget, maybe 18, that runs right along Gulf Road.
Oh, yeah.
And the amount of times where I'm sitting on the tee box and I'm like, I can't slice this.
No.
If I slice this, it's anyone's guess, because that's a busy street too.
Oh yeah.
And it's always been like a fear, like, oh, what if I hit a car? Because if you hit a car that's driving along the road that doesn't have immediate access to like the driveway of the course, they're not going to know who hit that ball.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And like it would be the guilt in me, and like I'll admit, like, I have sliced one that's gone that way and was targeted for the street. And at that point, that ball's in the air. You see it going that way. You cross your fingers and hope you don't hear something really loud.
Well, that actually did happen to us in a scramble last year. A friend of mine, Charles, blew one way right, and we were just going, oh, that's heading for the houses. And all of a sudden we heard it. It took out a window, and sure enough, here came the lady. And she said, this has happened to us before. And we were like, well, how much is it? And she said, it's probably going to be around $100. So he had a $100 bill. He just gave it to her. And he gave him his name. He said, if it's any more than that, let me know. And she was so touched by his. Wow. And she had to call him saying, you know, it was an extra $30. So he sent the $30. But he's walking around with an absolute clean conscience, to your point.
Right.
And, you know, and it was funny, my brother at Tana Farms a few years ago makes a hole-in-one on number 9.
Okay.
Turns around, and on 10, hits his tee shot, doesn't change out the ball.
Oh, no.
And there's a big wind left to right, and he put it through the master bedroom window of a house. And he put on his ball, get through it, because that was his swing thought of the day.
Yeah.
So somebody walked up into their bedroom and found a golf ball and says, get through it. But that's his hole-in-one ball.
Is that his only hole-in-one?
No, that's actually his, like, 3rd or 4th, a little booger.
All right.
I don't have one. I don't feel sorry for him. Trust me.
If you've got a story, either you hit someone, you hit a window, you got hit on a golf course, 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Jake's down in Florida. Morning, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
All right, so I got 2 quick ones. One, I'm not the best golfer in the world. I'm probably a 22 handicap. And my buddy knows this, but we had been drinking, and he was standing about 15 yards in front of me. And I told him, hey, man, you might want to watch out for this. He's like, no, you're good. And I sculled the crap out of it right into his thigh.
Oh. Thighs, I feel like, though, not the worst place.
That's like, a meaty place, not the shin.
Another 3 feet higher, it could have been pretty bad. But the other one I'm pretty proud of. I'm playing a dogleg left with the wind screaming behind my back, and when I connect on one of my drives, I can really crush it. And I can't see the green, and I swing away, and everybody in the group's like, wow, you really crushed that. And we start driving ahead, and we can't find it later on, and somebody looks up at the green and goes, hey, did you hit a pink ball? I'm like, yeah. And it's sitting about a foot off the green, and I go up there to apologize to the people to say, like, hey, man, sorry, I had no idea I was going to hit it that far. It's a 340-yard hole.
Yeah.
And they start screaming at me as soon as I get up there.
Oh, jeez.
Well, hopefully compliments on how far you hit it.
Nope.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jake. That would always, like, if you hit a ball like you're going 30, 40 yards, which you usually do. Like, that to me is, I'm more like, damn, dude, that's a hell of a shot. Than even if it did come at the peril of a little bit of a scare.
And it's funny. A guy like that, and anybody that has those higher handicaps but are former athletes and strong, and they
like
have
baseball or hockey players in particular.
They can hit it a mile. It doesn't necessarily go straight all the time, but there are those occasions when everything gels perfect and they unload. And I believe him. I bet he can hit it 320, 330, even though he may be a high handicapper. But it seems that it happens to those type than the guys that are single-digit handicaps, because we pretty much know our yardage coming in, right? And, so, guys like that, they have their career shot, and usually it's because they're relaxed knowing there's probably no way I'm going to get there anyway, so I'm safe to hit. So they just go like they're just freewheeling it and having fun, and that's usually the best way to play. If you could always have that mental aspect, it'd be amazing, but we get in our way of our own minds, and that's what happens. So free and clear swinging when somebody's on the group and they tell you, you won't get there. Now you have all the confidence and freedom in the world, and lo and behold, look what happened. And that's where you basically want to go up there all proud, and then you get reamed out by the group. But usually in most cases, the people see how far out you were, and they're usually like, whoa, that was actually a pretty damn good shot from that far.
Chris Bleck has the best story. He was playing down in Mexico like a year or two ago, and right before he was going off, the ranger goes, "Do you know who that is in the group in front of you?" He's like, "No." Like, "Who is it?" It was Trent Williams, the left tackle for the 49ers, who's like the best left tackle in all football. He's like, "Oh, that's cool." So they're in the group in front of him. They're on the green. I think he said it was like a 300-something yard par 4. So, like, if you can really bomb it, you can get it out there.
Oh, yeah.
And he got it out there. And, like, drove the green while Trent Williams was on the green, almost hits him. And he goes up to look for his ball eventually, and he was like, I think he was going to apologize to. I don't remember exactly the details there, but he goes up there, and his ball's nowhere to be found. And he thinks that Trent Williams just pocketed his ball.
He probably did.
But, like, that's someone, like, probably not the person you want to hit.
Yeah, no, and you don't really want to go up and say, by any chance, is that a Titleist 4 in your pocket right there? By any weird chance? It's funny, on Thursday, we actually had to be careful because we didn't want to, because Tony Kukoc was playing right in front of us. So I'm like, they're like, yeah, I think you can hit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not. The guy's the biggest guy in that group. He'd be the easiest guy to hit. I'm not going to take out Tony Kukoc. But he's a good golfer.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
Interesting. If you've got a story on either hitting a house, hitting a car, hitting a person, or maybe you got hit, or your house got hit, or your car got hit, we'd love to hear from you. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. We'll take your calls and more when we come back. I see Chris has an awesome story. Hang on. We'll get to you on the other side. This segment's been brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's Chris Bleck along with my golf buddy Adam Abdallah.
Here's hoping you get selected for Team Bleck and Abdallah at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
We are powered by Yingling.
They put the Sip It in Grip It and Sip It.
And what better fuel for a team victory than that?
We're looking forward to a win at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses smart follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Players Club passes for weekday discounted play. Full memberships are still available for the committed player as well. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Segment brought to you by Golf Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin. Tyler Aki and Mike Gilligan talking golf with you, and Mike was hit earlier this week by a couple of things.
Oh, yeah.
He got a little bit of a dropping from a seagull.
Mm-hmm.
He got stung by a bee, and he also took a golf ball to the chest while he was getting ready to tee off on the first hole. He did spin it into another country club round, though, moving forward as an IOU, which is kind of nice. But it did come at a cost, a little bit of stomach pain as a result.
A little bit, but we got over it. But finished, I shoot 41 on the front, but I had 35 on the back. So things settled down a little bit.
There you go. So we want to hear from you, your stories. Have you hit someone? Have you gotten hit on a golf course? And what was it like? Like, what was your story behind it? 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Chris on the south side. Morning, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at, right?
That's right.
Monarch Beach, Dana Point, playing with a couple guys. Got my first ever hole-in-one. Great moment. It was just joyous. And my dad's got one. My brother's got one, so I got to join that club in the family. But sure enough, next hole, I get off the tee, okay, but my second shot, the guys were a little bit ahead in the cart, caught one of my colleagues right in the knee. Oh. And so I completely was melted down, completely deflated. I was so exhausted after the hole-in-one. I probably should have just stopped and went into the clubhouse at that point. But it was embarrassing, but thank God I only hit him in the knee, and it wasn't, upper body or head at that point. So,
no doubt. And was that place out in California?
Yeah, Dana Point, Monarch Beach over at the Waldorf Astoria. Great little course, a couple oceanside holes.
That is awesome. Nice. Nice place to have an ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. And, interesting, grew up as a caddy, and I'm a meld of your previous calls. I'm a high handicapper. But went in and told the guys in the pro shop and said, can I get a flag or anything? They're like, well, we get a lot of them around here, but we will put your name in for a raffle, and we'll see what you win. So I was surprised, but, there's, what is it, under 2 or 3% of people golfing annually, I think, get a hole-in-one. So I guess it's select company, but not as select as you think. But it was still a great honor and a lot of fun. So.
Congratulations, Chris.
Well, Chris, one quick question for you here. Did you use the same ball that you had the hole-in-one with as the same ball that you hit the guy with?
Nope. I switched out.
That one? Smart man.
I did pocket that, and Callaway was nice enough to send me a plaque. That was great. But the real takeaway, and again, I'm a high handicap golfer, but in my heart, anytime I get up to a par 3, I'm like, hey, look, if I could do this, I could do it again. Why not? So I've got that confidence forever.
There you go. That's what
guys.
You need on that tee box. Thanks, Chris. Great phone call there. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
But that just shows you,
that's golf.
That's the sport.
It is.
That's the sport. You can hit someone on one hole and you can find yourself with an ace on the next.
Yeah, it can humble you in a snap of a finger in just one shank.
Yep, exactly. Phil's in Northwest Burbs. Morning, Phil.
Hey, guys. I really enjoyed the show, so well done.
Thank you.
Good topic. I think about 12 years ago, I was playing in an outing at Crane's Landing in Lincolnshire. And I'm a lefty, and I tend to slice the ball. And second hole, I sliced the heck out of it. And we all thought there was a pond over there. So, we were talking earlier about it's a good thing to yell for. I always yell for. I'm used to it because I'm a bad golfer. But this time we didn't. We all said, it's wet. And then we heard a blood-curdling scream.
Oh, boy.
And, so I'm thinking that had to be me. And they're all like, no, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. So we see the ranger coming up behind us, just stopping at every group, having a conversation, moving on. I was playing with orange golf balls. For some reason, I bought a thing of orange golf balls that day. Ranger comes up, and he goes, hey, is anyone playing lime green balls? We're like, nope, not us. Why? What's going on? He's like, some guy got hit. We're like, is he okay? And he's like, no, he's kind of angry. He got hit in the head. But he's all right. Yeah, nailed him right in the head, apparently. So my plan was to find the guy after the round. He wasn't part of our group. I didn't know him. My plan was to find the guy after the round and be like, hey, if that was an orange ball, it was me. Feel free to punch me in the face. I got your round. I got your drinks, whatever. Never saw the guy again. Couldn't find him. No idea who he was. Still don't know who he was. Still feel terrible. So if he's listening and you got hit in the head by an orange golf ball at Crane's Landing, that was me. My bad. But
this is like confession. This is golf confession.
Right.
It really is. Yeah, it's reconciliation. But last year I got nailed pretty good in the kidney, so maybe that was karma.
There you go.
Yeah.
Eye for an eye.
That was a nice welt.
Wait,
exactly.
Phil,
head for a kidney.
But do you think it was you because the guy's claiming lime green ball and you're playing orange?
I think the Ranger just heard bright color and got mixed up. Older guy, whatever. I think he just got a little bit mixed up, and somebody said it was a bright ball. And they said as soon as it happened, my buddies we dumped out all the orange balls, and they gave me a bunch of white ones. But, still comes up pretty often.
That's great.
Every year, someone's like, Phil nailed the guy in the head once. I'm like, yeah, I think I did, but we don't know for sure.
Yep. That's fantastic. Thanks for the phone call, Phil, and hopefully you don't hit anyone else. Those are some of the fun stories, man, and knock on wood, it doesn't happen to anyone who's playing today.
But it is a fun sport for all the different reasons, and when these have great outcomes, they're great stories. You just hate to hear of anyone truly getting hurt by this because it can happen, but they're more often than not, there's always a a fun ending to it, or a friendship made, or like even a golf round offered as compensation, as they say.
312-332-3776 if you've got a story you want to share about a time you were hit or maybe hit someone on a course with a ball. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. When we come back, too, we'll get to your calls. And also, Mike, you gave me a swing tip a couple of weeks ago now, and I've been utilizing it at the range, and it is working wonders. I want to pay a compliment to you, and also, what is the protocol for coaching on the course? All that and more coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Golf Elgin.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Peggy and Dion, this morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago, presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort, up North Michigan golf without the drive. Tyler Aki, Mike Gilligan. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Don't forget, if you miss anything, you can find us on the podcasts on the ESPN Chicago app. Download that app, and you can find us CDGA Golf Show or wherever you get your podcasts. Mike got hit by a golf ball this week, and we want your stories if you've had a similar story. 312-332-3776. Taylor's in Hyde Park. What's going on, Taylor?
Hey, Taylor.
You got us, Taylor?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We got you.
Yeah. So, look, good morning. Obviously, golf season is upon us.
You got it.
So I have a story about golf etiquette. No matter where you play, whether it be a country club, whether it be a muni course, whether it be the crappiest course you ever played in your life, they're still considered golf etiquette. If you want to play through someone, you always need to ask the group, hey, may I play through? You can't just go around skipping holes. So my story is Jackson Park, which I'm sure folks are familiar with. On the turn, hole number 9 is a short par 4, and hole number 8 is a short par 3. So we're on the par 3. The guy skips the par 3 and begins to tee off. So I'm like, hey, he didn't ask if he can play through. It's a slow day. Now we're kind of waiting on him to play. So I just take out my driver and just hit it as if he's not even there. It takes one hop and hits him in the back. He falls down. He falls down, and he's like, being and moaning about and complaining about what's going on for like 2 straight holes with us. And I said, hey, look, dude, we will let you play through, but because this is Jackson Park, you just want to just go ahead and skip around the holes. If this was a country club, we'd have asked, hey, can I play through? And we said, no problem. So we end up having a little scuffle, and I just want to tell everyone there listening, no matter what course you go to, there is golf etiquette if you want to skip holes and skip around. That's my story.
Yeah, and it's a good lesson as well, Taylor. It's not an a la carte golf course.
And he brings up a good point. And, you can run around when the golf course affords you that opportunity to jump around when there's, big gaps.
Yeah.
So that's what you're looking for. But when there is a crowded golf course and there's players on every single hole, skipping groups and skipping holes makes absolutely no sense. And it creates chaos. It creates longer waiting times. It really screws up the entire flow. So it's just like traffic, just keep your place in your lane and just be patient and be courteous. And that's it.
Yeah.
You'll have fun.
Russ in Palos Heights. Morning, Russ.
Hey, thanks for having me. I got conned with regard to hitting somebody with a golf ball. I was playing a par 5, and I usually hit my ball off the tree line on the right side, and I would draw the ball back in. Well, it didn't draw this time, and it went over into the tree line, and beyond the tree line was a pickup truck. So I thought that it probably was inhibited. The ball was inhibited by going into the trees. So as we drive up, a guy comes out of the woods there, and he says, "Is this your ball?" And it wasn't my ball. He says, "Well, that ball went right through my windshield and hit my wife in the head." So I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "That's not my ball." I said, "Well, you better call the police, and we'll go and settle this there." So we finished up. We went into the parking lot, and the police were there. I saw the woman was sitting in the chair in the passenger side of the pickup truck, and she was slouched down, so she kind of was in the level where she would probably be being hit by a golf ball. Well, the windshield looked like it had been hit by a ball being hammered. But anyway, the police had a judgment against me, so I ended up paying for the guy's windshield. Fortunately, nothing else like other personal damages.
Well, hopefully, insurance helped you with that.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah, that covered me. But it was an old pickup truck. It looked like a collectible, and he probably couldn't find the right windshield at the right price, so he fixed it so he could get somebody else to pay for it.
That's it.
Camp out in the woods. That's one way to get it paid for. Thanks for the call, Russ. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Getting conned like that.
Yeah, that is an ultimate con job.
Yeah. Chris and Palatine. Morning, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Chris, hello. What's up, guys?
Just living the dream.
Living a dream. Awesome. No, I'll tell you a quick story. I got pegged by a golf ball, so I'm hanging with my buddy. We were 12 years old, both baseball players, but we always used to like mess with each other, right? Like, for example, we take bottle rockets and break the stick off and like throw them at each other and just kind of mess with each other.
Okay.
So we're walking.
Guys being dudes.
Yeah, just having fun. So we're walking into my neighborhood, and to get to my house, you had to walk by this field that was about 100 yards of just grass, and then you got houses and whatnot. So we got golf clubs. I got a 5-iron. He's got a 4-iron, and we put our balls down. I hit mine. I go out. I'm walking. I'm about 50 yards away, 75 yards away. He hits his ball. All of a sudden, I hear 4. And when I hear 4 and I'm hanging with this guy, that means something's coming at me. But I didn't move, and I'm just walking. All of a sudden, pegged me right in the right elbow, and it dropped me. It was a line drive shot, and it dropped me. Kind of like you playing video games, and it goes ragdoll. Like, I just dropped.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my God. Oh. And then I got up, had a knot the size of a golf ball on my elbow for a good 3-4 days.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Thanks for the call, Chris. I'm
Yeah,
glad
good
you've
call.
recovered off of that. The elbow.
The elbow,
Whenever I
no
watch,
meat on the bone.
Yeah, whenever I watch baseball and you see a guy, it's all these guys now have like the outer elbow guards, but sometimes there's a ball that'll sneak through and get you on your like inside elbow, and that it seems like the most painful place to get hit by a ball.
It really is. It almost feels like you just want to take a hacksaw and saw off your arm right in the middle of the bicep.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the elbow.
It's
it
that
hurts.
is the nightmare.
It
That
totally
is the nightmare.
is. It totally
I believe Chris Bleck was hit by Adam Abdallah in the elbow, or it was like near the elbow. Maybe it was a forearm.
Oof.
But I know he caught a stinger because Abdallah was playing and he just caught one off the toe of his club, and Bleck was standing a little bit ahead of him, I think, and it was like a pretty like parallel shot to where he was set up, and he caught one from his own buddy there playing a couple years ago.
Well, often when you go to the driving range, it's fun to try to like hit the tractor,
Right,
or
yeah.
when it's out there, right? When I reported to Kiowa to manage the 1991 Ryder Cup, it was like my second day on the island, and they have 4 golf courses on the island, and the Gary Player course was right near where I live. So I went over there to hit range balls. And there was a guy in a golf cart with a screen on the front, picking up the range balls, and he was driving right at us. And the guy next to me is smoking tee shots. Mm-hmm. And this guy's coming right at him, and he still continues to hit the driver. And he's not stopping. He just continues. And now this guy's getting pretty close. And he comes off of one a little thin, and so it doesn't get elevated. And it blew right through the cage. Hit him in the eye, and he lost his eyeball.
Oh, jeez.
And I mean to tell you, you talk about something freak. So when you're trying to hit that thing, try to hit it with like a lob wedge, not a driver.
Right. Jeez, man. All right, Mark's in Elk Grove. Morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning.
What's going on?
Hey, Mark.
I'm not shutting the Randall Oaks right now, but so that was at least 15 years ago. Playing with my buddy Joe, and he brought a friend out, big, stocky Irish guy. He was about 120 yards in front of me. I saw him duck down. I'm about to hit, so he ducked behind some thick bushes, and I hit a low, screaming 4-iron right through the bushes, hit him in the collarbone, and he was bleeding when I got up there.
Oh, jeez.
But so when I got up there, I stayed away from him a little bit because he probably could, kick my butt or ass. Can we say ass?
Yeah, go ahead. You just did.
You just did.
And I was getting ready to get on my horse. But yeah, he was bleeding all over. Took his shirt off. Played the last 3 or 4 holes out with no shirt on.
He's like Tarzan.
Yeah.
He's like Tarzan.
Yeah. It was crazy, but luckily he wasn't pissed off at me.
There you go.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate
All right.
it. And that's Mark in Elk Grove. So, yeah, seems like some people have had some pretty fascinating...
it happens more often than you think.
Yeah. But hopefully nobody out there encounters any of that today. All right, when we come back, we'll give you a little bit of an update what's going on around the professional golf world too. We've got the Women's U.S. Open, we've got the Memorial going on, and who is playing, who's playing well, and who's not playing too is pretty significant, especially at the Memorial. So all that and more coming up next. It's the CDGA Golf Show, and this segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park. Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow @KemperSports on social media.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Tour Edge. Tyler Aki and Mike Gilligan here with you every single Saturday talking all things golf as take a look at what's happening in the professional ranks, and we're currently just got out of the suspended second round. They have finished at the Women's U.S. Open. Mao Saigo at 8 under is your leader. Nelly Korda currently in a tie for second with 6 other golfers. So Nelly's playing well.
She had a great round yesterday.
Fantastic 67 yesterday after a 72 out at Erin Hills. So I'm sure plenty of people who are listening right now are either up there, maybe going up there today or tomorrow. But yeah, they will be getting on the course shortly and start the third round. But the cut line there, 1 over is your cut line. So
yeah, it's if you've ever played Erin Hills, this is a great opportunity for these ladies to really test their game on what I consider a very big boy golf course. This is not for the faint of heart. So these ladies are doing a fantastic job navigating their game around. And it's great to see Nelly back on top of that leaderboard again because, you know, she was rewriting record books last year and has kind of had a challenging start to this year, or not the Nelly Korda that we've come to get used to seeing. But she had 7 birdies yesterday. And if you make 7 birdies at Erin Hills, geez, that's pretty strong.
Last year there was that stretch for like a month where it was like the worst finish that the combination of Scotty and Nelly Korda had was like third.
Yeah.
For like a month. It was like those were clearly the 2 best in their sport.
Oh, by a large margin, too. So, but yeah, it's great to see her back. And, you know, even Sarah Schmetzel, is tied for second there, too, another American player. So it's good to see our United States women showing well at our nation's Open.
Yep, up at Erin Hills. On the men's side of things, the Memorial taking place out of Jack's Place this week, and Nick Taylor, Ben Griffin, your co-leaders right now at 7 under. This on the heels of Ben Griffin winning last week, and he has all of a sudden like really vaulted his way up. And if he takes this, he'll be 3rd in FedEx Cup points.
Yeah,
and you talk about a guy who will probably pretty much lock up a Ryder Cup spot potentially.
Yeah, because he's 13th right now. If he turns around and wins this thing, he's going to jet right up, if not an automatic entry, because I could see him over time taking over Bryson DeChambeau's position there because of the inability to get points. I mean, unless Bryson does well at the Open and the US Open and the U.S. Open. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting go.
Yeah, but that's a incredible story for him. I mean, a guy last week plays very well at the Schwab, holds off Matty Schmid, and it got interesting there. It looked like he was going to kind of cruise his way down the finishing stretch at the Schwab, and then all of a sudden things get a little dicey on 18, and he needs to sink a putt to avoid a playoff, and he does.
Yeah, and I mean, when that happened, I mean, that 4-footer just all of a sudden started to look more like 6 to 8 when because I mean, that's got to be a bizarre feeling. You know, all I got to do, because this guy isn't going to chip in, is he? Oh my God, he really did.
All of a sudden.
So now I really have to make this. I can't just lag this 4-footer, but he made it, and that's great. And you know, Ben Griffin is a guy we could be seeing transforming right in front of our eyes as to one of the elite players. I mean, because just like you said, if he wins, he goes to number 3 in the FedEx Cup. The only
he's
2
5 right now, too.
Like, so the only 2 guys ahead of him are Rory McIlroy and Scotty Scheffler, if you've ever heard of those 2.
Yeah.
But this is a guy, ladies and gentlemen, who last year played in 35 of 36 tour events. You talk about being the Lou Gehrig, Cal Ripken of the PGA Tour. That is not an easy thing to do mentally, physically, and let alone manage a golf game for that many weeks and rounds. I mean, that is just tremendous amount of golf being played there. But this is also a guy that was basically dead broke. I mean, he grew up, was born in Chapel Hill, went to, North Carolina and excelled as a collegiate player, tries to make it on the tour, and he decided to pack it in 2021 and went into the banking business and was a loan officer. It only took him a little while to do that before he said, you know what, I think I like that golf thing better. So he goes back out, earns his way through the Korn Ferry Tour. He has a few breakout events. Next thing you know, he's on the tour. And now the guy's like made $7 million or more after being almost dead broke just a few years ago.
Yeah.
So it is quite the success story and somebody to keep your eye on because he could be transforming himself right in front of us. This maybe isn't a fluke, but I loved what he said in the media center. He is just on a heater. His confidence is just at an all-time high. He's never been in such a great place mentally. So he's just going to ride the wave out, and he should. And I would play every week if you can feel like this and not stop.
Right. I mean, especially with these elevated events, too, the payouts that you can get there, and you're doing it against this competition. Like, he held off Scotty Scheffler last week. He might do it again this week.
I know. And here's the other thing. If you've never played Memorial, it is among the very toughest that they play on a regular basis. It is almost a U.S. Open course this week. The rough is what I call juicy.
Yeah.
It is so thick and so robust. And last night, Pittsburgh got drilled by more rain. They have had nothing but rain during that setup for the U.S. Open. I can only imagine what that rough's going to be like. If what we're seeing is somewhat docile in Columbus, Ohio, what you're going to see in Pittsburgh for the U.S. Open could absolutely make you shake your head. It's going to be all up to the USGA to see how truly difficult and how close to par they really want to make this without making it a massacre.
Yeah. The rest of your leaderboard, so Ben Griffin, co-leader right now with Nick Taylor at 7 under. They're 2 strokes ahead of Akshay Bhatia. Scotty Scheffler in 4th, 3 back of the lead. And then a good cluster tied for 5th right now. Sam Burns, Shane Lowry, and Jordan Spieth, who's trying to bounce back after a rough week at the PGA Championship. But Jordan Spieth, good to see him back and playing well. And then another good chunk tied for 8th, including Russell Henley, Xander Schauffele, and Colin Morikawa. So it's been a pretty good leaderboard. Like your co-leaders right now, maybe not the most well-known guys in Nick Taylor and Ben Griffin, even though they've both won on the tour before, but the guys right on their heels could make for a very entertaining Saturday and Sunday out at Jack's Place.
They could. And you know something? Scotty is just chugging along, 70. And guess what? He made up 3 shots yesterday, and you can hear him in your rearview mirror now, and you can see him. I just think he's just going to keep on chugging, and unless these guys are going to have to win this.
Yeah.
This is not going to be handed to them. Whoever wins this went out and won it because Scotty's not going to fold.
I think back to last week, too, at the Schwab at Colonial, and, like, Scotty did not play well the first 2 days and then turned it on Saturday.
Oh, yes, he did.
And put himself right into the mix. But if he didn't play poorly the first 2 days, especially on Friday, he probably wins last week.
Yeah.
And he hasn't had that bad round yet. He's just been steady at 2 under each day. And, like, I saw this, too. Like, these were his missed birdie putts on the front yesterday. Under 5 feet, 8'3", 9'2", 12-11, and he still cards a bogey-free front 9 yesterday.
That's just amazing.
With those missed putts, like, he turns half of those into birdies, and this thing's probably wrapped up today.
100%. And I think he's the only guy on tour that can actually have such superior iron play that it makes up for his poor putting.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just amazing. He's the only guy that really can do that. And I mean, most players have had the putting stats that he has aren't anywhere near the top 10. He constantly finds himself near the top of the leaderboard, even when he's not playing anywhere close to his best golf. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him have another solid round today, go low, win the thing tomorrow, and walk right into the U.S. Open and do the same thing at Oakmont.
I want to throw something your way, too, off of that as well as why it could stand in the way of him winning a career slam. I want to address that with you in 2 minutes. So we'll do that when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. The Odds Couple host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 11th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Geneva National, Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan. We are presented, as always, by the Glenview Park Golf Club. So I was bringing up to you before the break, you're talking about Scotty Scheffler, and we were talking about his putting and how even with those missed putts, it's almost like his iron play makes up for his putting woes that he has pretty consistently on a week-to-week basis. And the iron play is as good as it gets on tour. It's really as good as we've seen lately. But I wonder if this is going to be the thing that stands in the way of him at the Open Championship. And not just this year, but like generally at the Open Championship moving forward. And could it be the thing that stands in the way of him and winning a career Grand Slam? Is that when you go to those elements and you're dealing with that wind, and you lose a little bit of your control with that iron play, if your putting's not there, you're creating a lot of separation between you and the rest of the field. Like, that's why I always think back to, like, Cam Smith. When he was at his height, it's part of why he won the Open right before he bolted for LIV was because he was the best putter on the planet at that point. And
yes,
some of the putts that he rolled, I remember some crazy stat about the amount of feet worth of putts that he made en route to winning that Open Championship, the British Open. And I wonder if that's going to be the thing that stands in the way of him, Scotty Scheffler, and winning a career slam.
If there's going to be one event, I think it would be the Open. That would be the hardest one for him and his style of play to overcome. I think the U.S. Open really falls into more or less his sweet spot.
Yeah.
I think that's where he'll excel, and I think he'll grab a U.S. Open before he'll get the Open.
Mm-hmm. Could be in a couple weeks.
And it really could be. And if he does, boy, is there going to be a ton of interest in Ireland.
Think about that. We will have 3 chances at a career slam this year.
I know. So crazy. And it's not like this thing it's only been done 6 times in history. So, yeah, this is kind of a very interesting time for the PGA Tour and the people that are, creating history as we speak, as we're watching it being done. But to your point, I think, the person that's going to win the Open this year has got to have the ability to have a ground game as well as an aerial. I mean, you can't win over there just through the air. You have to know how to chase that ball, play low, running, stingers, and the different kinds of shot that it's going to require. And you things into spaces that you might traditionally get away with in America because they're softer greens, more receptive to receiving, tight hole locations. In Europe, you have to take your medicine at times and admit the fact that, yeah, I know I'm in the hay. Yeah, I know I'm downwind, but there is no chance you're ever going to hold that green if you take it through the air. So I think that's where the Europeans truly have an advantage on that Open versus anybody from America, just because it's their style.
Right. It's always why people love the Rorys, Justin Roses, Shane Lowry's. Like, those are the guys. They're just used to it. They know how to play that style in terms of like dealing with those elements, because it is a different sport when you go out there. It really is.
It is, and it's one that you take the shots as they come to you. You don't just insert circle into squares. I mean, you have to give or take whatever the golf course is going to give you. And I think here in America, we're able to sort of force and just have a one-shot shape work for the most part. And that's why they say certain faders of the golf ball. That's why Lee Trevino never won at, Augusta. You had to draw the ball. He was always a fader of the ball. So I think the British Open is very much, or the Open as we should say, but I like to always call it the British Open because that's where it usually is.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. It is a very, very different type of event. I do want to get to, I mentioned this earlier, but you, my friend, have really helped tweak something with my game, and just a little swing tip that you gave me while we were out doing our Better Through Birdies par 3 challenge. And it was just a little thing about really like getting my back to the target in my backswing. And it has really helped with my irons. I've been going to the range the last couple of weeks since you gave me that tip, and it has straightened a lot of things out. Even my misses feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I would think that your misses are going to have great strikes.
Yes.
But now the distance is pretty much going to be around the same. Now it's just a question is, did you hit it straight, or did you push it, or did you pull it? Early in any season, as we start to come back to the game after taking a long winter nap, for some reason, our mind tells us that when we swing our arms, that we think we've turned our back to the target. And it's just, people get into a habit of just being all arms, but they think, and like you thought, you were making a full turn. And when I pointed that out to you and literally pushed your shoulder back, you started to feel then that tension down in your lower left back, because that's where the torque and the twist and the power starts to come from. So basically, take a look at yourself when you go on the range, and as you warm up today, just take some nice full turns with a nice wedge and just hit some half shots, but make sure you're turning that back. And then when the back stops turning, the trick is to stop moving your arms, because what tends to happen too is after you turn, a lot of people will still continue moving their arms, and they'll actually cross the club or make it go past parallel, and then you get out of sequence. So to me, the back leads the arms coming back, and then once that back stops, so does your hands. So that's how you make your swing more compact and shorter, but it's more consistent in terms of its strike. And then the game becomes fun. And all you're now trying to do is aim it, because you know from a distance control perspective, you now are hitting it because you are coiling up in the right fashion every time. Now it's just a question of face angle.
Yeah, right. And for me too, like just kind of getting that out of that swing tweak, also getting the hand-eye to come with it, and making the proper contact as you're coming through. So yeah, I think that's, I really appreciated that swing tip, and it may completely alter my summer now.
Oh yeah, I think it will.
But I think it's always interesting when you hear, or when you're talking to people about like getting and we weren't on the course per se. We were just hitting the ball for the Better Through Birdies, but some people love hearing swing tips while they're out playing around. Some people hate it while they're out playing around. They'd rather work on that during at the practice range or something like that, or in a lesson. But where have you always stood on the basis of like giving out swing tips and also receiving swing tips like during rounds and stuff like that?
Well, for me, it really depends on the person and how much I know them.
Yeah.
Like, I've gotten to know you over the years. I feel comfortable giving you advice just because I think you're receptive to it. But if you were like a stranger the first time we're playing together and I see that you are just suffering and really having a tough time, I will ask you first, would you mind if I give you what I think you're doing wrong to try to help make this a better day for you?
Yeah.
And to your point, some people say no, and I'd be like, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it pains me to watch people miserable on the golf course. And I know with a little tweak or a tip here or there, if it's a tweak and we're on the golf course, I'll do it. But if it's an overhaul, no way.
Yeah.
Because if I'm going to give you a tip that's going to feel so foreign to you, then I'm not going to. But if I know, like, for example, you're an athlete and I can talk to you in the way of the sports that you play, like in baseball, I could relate certain aspects of the swing to the swing of a baseball bat, and you would catch on to that. And I can also put people in the ready position who have only played volleyball in their life, because there's a universal ready position in all of sport. So I try to determine, based on your ability and how much you know about the swing and about your own swing, to determine whether or not during a round I should even give you a tip. And if it is, it's only going to be one little thing, because I don't want to give you total analysis, which leads to total paralysis for you. I just want to make sure that one little tip usually is connected to 2 or 3 other things that are going on in your swing, but you don't know that. But I know if you fix that, you're automatically fixing these 3 other things that I don't even have to tell you about.
Yeah.
And that's really what happened to you when you turned your back, because a lot of other things got self-corrected that we haven't even talked about.
Right.
And a lot of it is your timing.
Yeah. And I think, it's just the next part now that is working through that. But yeah, no, it's funny because I remember, I'm trying to remember how many years ago, this was probably 2 years ago, but I had never known I was gripping a golf club wrong the entire time. And I had my bottom hand thumb on top of, like, running parallel when it should have been kind of tucked almost. And this guy gave me that swing tip unsolicited, didn't even ask either, but just said, hey, like, watch your thumb's got to, like, there's a reason why, like, on the grips, it has, like,
why they have those
little
designs.
markers. Yeah. And he's like, because your thumb's supposed to be right there. And I was like, okay, that's helpful, but you're giving me this on the first hole, and now I'm going with a foreign grip for the next 17 holes. So, like, I appreciate it in the long term, but it's one of those things where it didn't bother me, but it was just like, this is going to feel really weird for the next 3 hours.
Yep. Trying
to acclimate to this new grip. And, like, it was something that I needed to hear. It just was an uncomfortable 3 hours.
Right. But see, in that particular case, if your left hand is wrong on the club, I'll point out to you what it is, and you'll probably feel, ooh, that feels weird. So what you'll want to do is hold the golf club while you're watching TV like that. Just keep re-gripping it and make it so it's comfortable like that. But if you are hitting poor shots as a result of that, I would actually try to fix and move your right hand to offset what you're doing with your left. But that would just be a Band-Aid fix. That's not a long-term. The long-term is, in that case, the grip is something I wouldn't screw around with in the middle of a round, unless it's just a...
Well, especially the first
first tee. And I mean, especially if you're playing for any money, don't do that. But if you're among friends and it's nobody's behind you and you've got time, then a little playing lesson can happen, and those can be quite beneficial. And I've worked with my brothers and friends in that regard, and it's fun when you're just out there late in the evening and you can throw down a couple more balls and say, okay, how did that feel? How did this feel? And then when you're actually testing it on a fairway into a green and you see the results of now the ball stopping because you imparted spin, because you actually struck the ball first and then made the divot because you made a solid turn, it's like all of a sudden magic happens.
Right.
Right? And so that makes you want to come back.
That's the beauty and the curse of the game right there. All right, when we come back, a couple of other news and nuggets from around the golf world, including a significant lottery opening up tomorrow, and also Charlie Woods making some headlines as well. So all that coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoottavern.net.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club, a pure golf experience. So much to get to here.
Tons.
Let's start with the Masters, all right?
All right.
For those who are unaware, and even though it is a lottery system, but we are the show of the people, so we are going to inform everyone, in case you don't know, the Masters Lottery opens tomorrow. It is going to be open until June 20th, so if you are one of those people who likes to enter the lottery and then get a disappointing email in a couple months, tomorrow is when you can sign up to get that disappointing email.
Yes.
Or maybe it'll be the greatest email you ever receive in your life, too.
But I know people that have gotten that friendly one.
Oh, yeah.
It does happen, and so it is a general lottery. It's just we're probably upsetting a lot of people who probably think this was the best kept secret in the world, but you're right. We are a man of the people.
We're just trying to infuse a little karma into our entries for tomorrow. But
you got to give it away to get it back.
Exactly. What goes around comes around. But anyway, that opens up tomorrow.
And I hope you or me wins so that we can go down there together.
Yeah.
We have to go next year. We just have to.
I'm hoping so. And sometimes people say the best day to go, everyone's always going to I want the Sunday. I want the Sunday tickets. But sometimes the best time to go is practice rounds. And I honestly, Thursday or Friday, I'll take over Saturday, Sunday. You get a full field.
Get the full field.
Yeah.
And the people are more spread out. It's easier to get around. It's just
feels like a more full day.
It really does. It does. And there's more players. There's just more entertainment.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's certainly a lot of fun there.
Well, good luck to everybody.
Yep, good luck to everyone out there. And hey, if you end up winning,
tell us.
Call us back in July when you find out. We'd love to hear from you then. Another story here. Did you see the chaotic scorecard from Charlie Woods at the AJGA Invitational out at Streamsong?
He had quite a card.
8 birdies, 2 bogeys. Also had a double and a triple in there as well. It was all over the place. A lot of shapes on that scorecard, but Charlie Woods wins his first career AJGA title.
And for those who don't know, there are junior golf associations within each state. So we do have the Illinois Junior Golf Association. This is the American Junior Golf Association. So when you get too good and too big for your own state, you then begin to travel. And so these are the most elite 16-year-old players that we have in the United States that are traveling around this circuit and playing. So this is a big, big win for Charlie. Yeah. And, having to live in the shadow, obviously, of the GOAT, being your father, this is going to be interesting to see how he matures, how he fills out physically, and what kind of player he turns out to be when he gets to the college level. And, a lot of eyes on him, and it's just got to be a tough way to grow up.
I mean, you just think about Bronny James, too.
Yeah.
Just
the expectations.
Right. Or Marcus Jordan when he was at Whitney Young here in the city. The expectation that's placed on you is
I feel
crazy.
bad for him, but he seems to relish in the moment. He has a lot of, obviously, his dad's charisma, especially when he's with the media. Yeah. So he's a pretty polished 16-year-old golfer for sure. But it'd be interesting, and it would be great for the game if he could really take his game to the professional level and actually make it to the tour. But people think, he's a Woods. It's just automatically going to happen. No, it won't. No, it won't. Jack Nicklaus had all kinds of sons, and none of them made it.
I mean, more often than not, the superstar's kid doesn't make it.
Yep.
In any sport. Very rarely is there a bona fide superstar whose child ends up making it.
100%.
This also, tomorrow, not tomorrow, Monday, I should say, is the longest day in golf as the U.S. Open qualifying sites across the country as players try to qualify. And you were bringing up during the break, and I noticed this too when you sent your note last night. Boy, Kinsale Golf and Fitness Club tomorrow, that could be its own tour stop, it feels like. You've got Ricky Fowler, Padre Harrington, Max Homa, Matt Kuchar. That's your group that's out there tomorrow. I mean, a handful of legitimately talented guys who are going out there, and they have to qualify for the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and, there are going to be some high school players, stepping up and looking at, Mark Leishman or, Ryan Fox or Keith Mitchell at your qualifier. But if you're at, like the one you just mentioned, Kinsdale, that thing's got 6 tour players. If you are a high school or a collegiate player and they're only going to take like 2 or 3 spots, you've got to be going up there with, how's this going to happen?
Yeah. It is. It's pretty crazy what the rest of the competition, or just the fact that that's the spot for all those guys. The other one that caught my eye too was Emerald Dunes. You've got Blades Brown, the young phenom.
Yep.
You've got Neil Shipley, who was the low-am at the Masters a couple years ago. Graham McDowell, Bryce Garnett. That's another quality spot where you've got guys trying to qualify there.
Oh, 100%. And I want to watch Neil Shipley closely because he is a Pittsburgh kid. Mm-hmm. If he makes this open, it is going to be wild at Oakmont to follow that group.
Yeah. A great player, too.
Oh, he's a great player. He's just a great guy.
I mean, he caught a lot of hearts, too, in full swing.
Yes, he did.
Everyone's been that guy.
Yeah.
Everyone has been the Neil Shipley.
Yep. And a lot of us can relate to Neil Shipley, that we used a case of beer as a table.
Yep. Exactly.
For our game controlland
it's all about being resourceful.
Yeah, it's all, yep.
Work
and
smarter,
I guess,
not harder.
Yep. That's what they teach at Ohio State, I guess. So, yeah, but he is an excellent player. I just hope for the sake of the event and the community in Pittsburgh that he makes it so they have their hometown kid to cheer for, because let's face it, the Pittsburgh Pirates haven't given the folks of Pittsburgh anything to cheer about this season. So,
No, not at all. And then this other note from the PGA Tour, this was very significant. The PGA Tour announced this week that this season, so you'll see this in August.
Oh, yeah.
The PGA Tour is eliminating starting strokes from their format at the Tour Championship. And I know this was a big deal. A lot of people were against the starting strokes for going into that final event out at East Lake in Atlanta. For me, I don't know how you felt. I don't think the problem was that starting strokes existed. I think the problem was how many that were given out.
Yeah.
You're starting so for those who are unfamiliar with it, when you go into the Tour Championship, there's 30 players, and they kind of flight you to a degree, where the number one player by FedEx Cup points going into that final round starts with a 10-stroke advantage. So you basically have eliminated everyone who is not getting a stroke advantage, which is still a decent sum. You're basically eliminating anyone who's getting less than a 4-stroke start.
Pretty much.
And because you're not only is, in this case, Scotty Scheffler getting a 10-stroke head start, but it's Scotty Scheffler too. It's not just that it's a 10-stroke start; it's that it's a 10-stroke start, and it's Scotty Scheffler, the number one player in the world, that has that advantage. Now, I think that there should be something to reward these guys for the regular season that they had. I almost liken it to being how you get home court in the playoffs or something like that for the top teams, or some sort of advantage like that, a home field advantage, if you will. But to me, it didn't need to be 10. Maybe you started at 5,
right,
and work your way down to 0. That was, to me, always the way that I felt about having the tour play. 10 is egregious, but if you maybe trim it down to 5, maybe you can stretch it to 6. I don't know. I'd have to look into it a little bit more, but that would be the one thing. I don't think this needs everyone starting from 0 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's to a degree the FedEx race and all of that. It's like the President's Trophy in the NHL. Mm-hmm. You have the best regular season record and you win this beautiful little trophy, right?
Yeah.
And so Scotty is picking up major paychecks as he keeps winning, and so he's getting the points, and he should be recognized as the best player for the rest of the season. But to your point, when it comes to the playoffs, Scotty, when he gets to Eastlake or to the final stop, 10 strokes is far too much. It to me, it takes a field of 30 and reduces it down to about 12. Maybe even 8, yeah. And I do think there should be a bit of an advantage for having that type of performance, and maybe the top 5 guys each get a shot. You know, he gets 5, he gets 4, he gets 3, because I think there's a given number that people will always say anybody within 4 shots, 5 shots, or even 6 has a chance to win. That seems to be the mantra on that final day. So let's use 6 then, you know, but you've got to keep the field in it. And having them go to absolutely no, you know, shots at all and just keeping it like just a regular, another event of 30 guys. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But again, it's anybody's game. And at this point, you're not really assuring yourself having Scotty in the mix at the end. I mean, if he has a bad week, he's out. If he has a bad week with a 10-shot lead, he still has a chance, because you see what a bad week looks like for him. So, yeah, I think they did this in response to the fan experience, and I do think they're on to something. They do need to take the shots away. I don't know if they take them all away, because, you know, when you're doing team sports and you're winning in the playoffs, the best teams are in the championship. So if you really want the best players to be in the hunt on Sunday, you still have to stagger the start, I think, a little bit in favor of those that perform. But I don't think it needs to cascade to take out half the field. I think the entire field still needs to be eligible to win, but there should be a little bit of, hey, because you are the best and you proved it, you are in the number 1 seeded spot.
Yeah. I feel like you could end up seeing some weird winners out of this.
Oh, definitely you could.
Like, I'm trying to think of the best way. It's almost like the NCAA tournament in basketball to me, where it's like the best team does not always win it, because it's probably the toughest trophy in all of sports to win, because it's one and done.
Yeah.
And it's not like football, where football as a sport as a whole can be like, it's really tough to upset a team, and it's really tough to upset a team 3 or 4 times over the course of a football playoff. Whereas golf, it's anyone's game. I mean, you can just find a heater for 4 days, and I think there should be a reward to that. Like, I don't know if it necessarily means that we should be crowning you the champion of the entire season through the FedEx Cup.
Because what could possibly happen is, let's say you're 74th. You make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You have a nice event. You make it into the top 50. You've now moved up. And let's say you just squeak in at number 29 or 30, and you make it. But then you have the week of all weeks, and then you win it.
Yeah.
Now, are you truly... I mean, you started the playoffs in 74th.
Yeah.
I mean, are you truly the FedEx Cup Player of the Year? Does that make you Player of the Year? Or is it just... you won $10 million that week. Yeah. You had the week of your life, and it's the greatest payday you'll ever see. So it's a dynamic problem the PGA Tour has to try to make this thing really work. This is where you start to wonder, is this where and how team sports now starts to make its play if the LIV and PGA do come together? Because what I feel like they're trying to do is apply team sport logic to individual sport play, and it just doesn't work. Because to your point, you could have a Daniel Berger is the final winner at the end of the year, and Daniel Berger did what yesterday?
What does that do to the needle? Right,
like doesn't do a thing.
Right,
and I think that's the fear of the PGA Tour right now.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we will get you an update what's taking place at the Memorial, also the U.S. Women's Open, as well as they're back underway after a little bit of a weather delay out in Erin Hills. And we'll get to your phone calls as well, 312-332-3776. This segment has been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like the good Kay. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me tomorrow from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Yurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you tomorrow from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's Ortho Access Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries with no appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, Ortho Access provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for Ortho Access locations and hours.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com. Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Republic Bank. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan. If you missed any part of today's show, it was a fun first hour where we were going through, people were giving out their stories of getting hit by golf balls or hitting other people with golf balls on the course after Mike was hit this week in the chest. 4th time you said, right?
4th time.
4th time it's been happening.
Yeah. Not in the chest, just
not,
4th
yeah,
time
just 4th time you've been hit. Yeah. So, but yeah, that. So if you missed any of that, check it out on the podcast, on the ESPN Chicago app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Giving you guys an update now, what's taking place at the Women's U.S. Open as well as the Memorial Tournament. Start with the U.S. Open. Miles Saigo at 8 under is your leader right now, 70 and 66 for her. And then Nelly Korda at 5 under in a cluster of 6 other golfers. But she's the headliner there, 5 under right now after going 72-67 yesterday. So a strong round out of Nelly. and she is looking for her U.S. Open championship.
She is, and there's a lot of Americans that are, up close to the top of the leaderboard, which is obviously great to see. But there's one American in particular, aside of Nelly, that I'm keeping an eye on because I don't know if you heard what happened to Amari Avery. She's had quite a week up at Erin Hills. It all started, she played in the first round, and she shot 1 under. So she goes back to her house that she rented for the week. Her boyfriend is in town. In the middle of the night, they heard somebody trying to break into the house. It alarmed them such to the extent that they packed everything up, put their clubs into their travel bags, packed up their suitcases, and went somewhere else to stay. They grabbed a hotel or whatever they did. Her boyfriend, Gavin, had a tournament the next day in Los Angeles. So when he got up, he picked up his travel bag. They both played for the University of Southern California's golf team, which means they both have the same travel bags.
Yeah.
He picked up her clubs.
Oh, boy.
And flew to L.A. She wakes up, grabs her bag, gets to the course, and realizes she's got her boyfriend's clubs, which are far too stiff and too strong. What do you do? Well, fortunately for her, she had her teammate, Gabriella Ruffles, who had an early morning tee time. Once she finished, she went up to her teammate and said, "Can I use your clubs and your bag, your balls, your tees, and maybe a glove?" She didn't even have a hat. So the teammate took her hat off of her head and put it on her head. So she went out. That equipment came right off of 18 and went right to the first tee, and out she went yesterday. Play was suspended last night. She was on the 15th hole, and she was 1 under yesterday with a foreign set of golf clubs.
Yeah.
So she had to get up this morning to finish. Now, the problem is Gabriella missed the cut. Now, Gabriella probably wants to get out of Dodge.
Yep.
But her clubs still need to finish that round because even though her clubs may have arrived last night or this morning, she can't change the clubs until she completes her second round.
Yeah.
So anyway, she ended up making a couple of bogeys this morning coming in, but she stands at even par, tied for 34th. Rumor has it her clubs have arrived safely, and she should be able to finish the weekend with them. But how about that? You're going to play 4 rounds, 3 with your clubs, and another set that in bag and balls and everything else. And still to have the mental fortitude to still go around and keep it right at par and play well. This is a great story.
That's incredible. Like, you think about just if you have to use someone else's clubs, even if it's like in the case of this where it's like USC probably provided the clubs or something like that.
Yeah, but except they were the same brand, but like your hand, your grip size, the type of grip, the shaft.
Yeah.
Where your swing speed and my swing speed might be a little bit different.
Oh, yeah.
So, when you start playing at the game at this level, those little things are big things.
Yeah.
And to have the ability to overcome, because a lot of us could have easily just taken the excuse, well, I've got the excuse, these aren't my clubs, so if I play bad, which probably is going to happen. But no, she went ahead and made lemonade right out of these lemons.
Yeah. So good for her. That's a really cool story, and she has made it to the weekend as well. I did notice this, too. The missed cut list at the U.S. Women's Open.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible group that is not seeing the weekend. Rose Zhang, Asterisk Tally, the amateur.
Yep.
You had Lexi Thompson, who you pointed out to me is in her 19th U.S. Open, and she is
30 years old. Think about that. She played when she was 11.
Yeah.
And she missed one in those 19 years.
It's incredible.
So she played when she was 11 years old.
Brooke Henderson also missing the cut.
I can't believe Brooke.
It is a who's who on the miscut list.
It really is. And again, that just goes to show you the power of these big-time major championship sites like in Erin Hills.
Yeah.
It is just difficult golf. The sternest test these ladies are ever going to see.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. All right, on the Memorial side of things, they are underway out at Jack's Place. Actually, no, not underway yet. They will be. Yes, they are underway, in fact. But the leader right now is Nick Taylor. He's scheduled to tee off, co-leaders, I should say, Nick Taylor and Ben Griffin. They are scheduled to tee off at 2:10 later on today. You've got Akshay Bhatia in third at 5 under, Scotty Scheffler at 4 under in fourth. Sam Burns, Shane Lowry, Jordan Spieth all tied for fifth at 3 under, and then a good group in the 2 under, tied for eighth grouping here. You've got Tom Hoagie, Russell Henley, Xander Schauffele, and Colin Morikawa. So good leaderboard out at Muirfield right now, and just hopefully the weather holds up out there.
Yeah, and looking at the early scores that are out there, the golf course looks like it's playing pretty tough, which means that plays more into the hands of Scotty than ever before.
I'm seeing one player under par, and it's Johnny Vegas.
And that's it. So, yeah, they either have tough conditions, the course is set up tougher than it's been, but this does favor Scotty in a big way. But, there's Justin Rose had quite the round yesterday. He went from 78 to 66, and then Justin Thomas did almost the same type of thing with an 81-69. But these guys made the cut. And how about Justin Rose shooting 78? The 66 puts him tied for 12th. So who knows? Yeah. I mean, this is going to be an interesting weekend, but I think it's going to be Scotty's show again.
I'm with you. You've left the door open too much.
Yep.
And you haven't. If no one's going to take advantage of Scotty missing the putts that he missed, it's you find yourself in a tough spot.
And he's the undeniable odds to win.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
3 strokes back.
Yeah. The guy that's in first is plus 600. Scotty's plus 175, and he's 3
incredible.
back.
It is incredible.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the two guys who are currently co-leaders in this event both have won on the tour before.
Yeah.
Now, they haven't won elevated events, but they've both won on the tour before, and it's not like this is some foreign concept of, what's it going to feel like on Sunday for these guys. No, they've been there, done that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you're Akshay Bhatia, you're 5 under, 2 back, 1 ahead of Scotty Scheffler. But you're plus 1,000.
Yeah.
So the odds maker are not Akshay Bhatia fans.
No, not at all. We are here on the show.
Yes, we are very much fans.
But yeah, no, it's crazy. Like it shows you the run that he's on right now. And when it's good, it's good. And it has been awesome for Scotty Scheffler as of late. Real quick before we go around the CDGA, Jim's in Antioch. Good morning, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hi, guys. Hey, I'm playing Prestige Isle. That 13th hole is all trees, so we ended up all over the place. I'm on the green first. My ball gets hit. You're supposed to put it about where you were.
Correct.
Put it down, turn my back, gets hit a second time.
No way.
Hard to believe. It's not, it's not 1,000,000 to 1. I don't know what it'd be to have a foursome and your ball gets hit within 10 seconds of each other.
Well, I hope you went out and bought a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact, I bought one today for a different reason.
What's the reason?
We'll see.
Okay.
Well,
you can't win unless you play.
409 came up at the supermarket, so I played my number, 409.
All right.
There you go.
Have a good day.
You as well. Listen, it's a funny sport, man. It'll do that, but two
times.
It was funny. Shea and I were talking about this morning. There's the kid in Toronto, and he had a home run ball coming his way, and he dropped it. And then the next batter, home run ball coming his way, and he caught it. It's like most people never get one going their way. He got 2 and 2 batters.
Oh, that is amazing. I want to know what seat that is, because I've always wondered at the ballparks, like if you could take all the statistics of every single foul ball in the history of Wrigley Field, what seat has the most?
Yeah. I'm sure there's data out there to some degree, or at least like modern data.
Yeah, there's probably a seat or an area or a section that gets the most by far.
Yeah.
But I'd love to know where that is.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Orioles.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller. Today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Thank you to Jake Santos for producing today's show. Catch anything that you missed on the podcast, CDGA Golf Show podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcast. At this time, every single show, we go around the CDGA. What do we have this week, Mike?
Well, we got a few things cooking. A lot of member perks because June is just around the corner, literally. And a lot of our partners have really stepped up to the plate. Some of our fun venues in the area, like Bloomingdale, if you live out in that area, CDGA members, Monday to Friday, anytime, and after 11 on the weekends, you get $5 off an 18-hole round and $3 off of a 9-hole round. If you go on out to Oswego, to Fox Bend, Lou offers Monday to Friday all CDGA members a $90 twosome rate that includes golf carts. So go on out that way. That is the home of the Adaptive Open, the Chicago Adaptive Open later this month, which is going to be exciting as all get out. We have a full field, so folks in Oswego are going to be great hosts there. Up north, Glenview Park's got a twosome for $129.95 with a cart, and that's available Monday to Thursday, but it does exclude June 19th. And then lastly, Palatine Hills. Dan Hotchkin and Company have a $110 rate for 2 players, Tuesday through Thursday from 11 to 1:30. So there's some value and some savings out there and some really quality venues to go play golf. And then if you want to travel, say take a weekend or go on out to out of state, head on up to Tullymore. They are great partners of ours. They've got a special rate of $229, and that includes 18 holes of golf at Tullymore, 18 holes of golf at St. Ives, a Tuesday night taco dinner, and an overnight stay. So that's quite a deal. And they have some great golf courses up at Tullymore. So give them an opportunity. Look into that. Go to tullymore.com. And then lastly, if you want to be a part of the CDGA, play in the U.S. Open Fantasy Golf that's coming, take advantage of some of the savings that we have on your online CDGA golf shop, or, use your discounts and benefits throughout various partners, companies, and organizations that all step up to the plate. And you can get all of that in your June magazine that I think just arrived to everybody's home this past week. I'm holding it up here. But go to cdga.org. and click on membership and sign up and join close to 120,000 of your closest friends and become part of a great golfing community. And it's only $50. And right there, I just showed you a couple of interesting ways where you can save some bucks. So being a CDGA member pays for itself.
Yep. And what you always bring up, the one of the best ways to basically make this thing pay for itself is if you want one of those indoor putting greens.
Yes.
Big Moss. I mean, done. Pretty much one and done.
Yep. We had 1 or 2 people did that at the golf show. They came in specifically and bought a few Big Moss greens from Tony at the golf show at the Rosemont Convention Center. And I have people who tell me all the time when they go to either Tour Edge, get a wedge, get a putter, get a driver. You get a driver and you easily paid for it.
Or even just the golf ball savings, too.
Yeah, golf balls. You buy enough golf balls through us, there you go.
Buy enough golf balls, buy enough Jersey Mikes,
That's
all
it.
that. Like
Yeah.
it all ends
We'll
up
fill
paying
you
for
with
itself.
golf balls and food.
There you go. That should be your new motto or slogan or something like that. Gotta get Casey on that.
There you go.
All right. Well, it's going to be a beautiful week, beautiful weekend. Hopefully the rain holds off for anyone who may be out and playing today or this week. I mean, it truly feels like the start of summer is here. That means you're going to see a lot more cars in the parking lots at a lot of these courses across the Chicagoland area.
Yeah, they had, what would it say? The normal temperature today is normally high is 78. And we're going to be at 68. But that all changes on Monday. Yep. And the heater goes up. And I do think summer is finally arriving.
Yep. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. Again, you missed anything, check it out on the CDGA Golf Show podcast, wherever you get your podcast, including the ESPN Chicago app, which you can download onto your phone, take us on the go, take us on the course even if you want to. Hook us up to those new Bluetooth speakers that all these carts have nowadays.
Yeah.
So that's going to do it for us. We will talk to you next week and get you ready for the U.S. Open 2 weeks away.
Can't wait.
All that coming up next week, so cannot wait to talk to you guys then. Peggy and Dion is coming up next. This segment brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
He's Chris Bleck.
And he's Adam Abdallah.
Together, we're the Bleck and Abdallah Show.
Weeknights, 6:30 to 8 on ESPN Chicago.
Or get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
Brought to you by Yingling.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to ZeroFriction.com.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Some journeys start small, with small pause and big purpose.
Look how little you are, you sweet girl.
Every great partnership begins with the first step,
Bella, let's go.
guiding them through the world so one day they can guide someone through life. With shared experience, confidence grows, and the path becomes clear. It takes time, patience, and love. But the reward lasts a lifetime.
Hey, good girl, Bella.
You don't just raise a puppy. You raise a future. Become a Dogs Inc. puppy raiser. Give a dog a purpose. Give someone hope.
Learn more at dogsinc.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky. Hey, ladies!
Well, good morning. Welcome to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. If you would like to, I just put that, what is that called? The mic.
Like sock.
Sock. Whatever, over the microphone. That is not Peggy. That is Tyler Aki filling in for Peggy, who is on special assignment this weekend. And so we are going to move forward anyway. We have a shortened show because we have White Sox Weekly coming up at 12:30. So if you would like to join our conversation over the next 90 minutes, give us a call, 312-332-3776. As is always the case with Peggy and Dion, we never know what direction we're going in. So buckle up for the ride. Tyler Aki, thank you so much for filling in again today. How are you?
I am fantastic. I know it's been a day for you. I looked up and I saw you on TV this morning out at Montrose Harbor. And I'm like, wait, I think Dion's supposed to be here in a little bit.
She is. They wrapped up promptly at 10, and I drove right over here, which you wouldn't think that was a very far drive, but
well, these
good
days,
25 minutes. Yeah. Anyway, yes, I was at the 31st annual Gibbons 5K run and 3K walk to raise money for the Leukemia Research Foundation. Now, Jim Gibbons, a lot of you OGs to the city will remember Jim Gibbons was a reporter for ABC7 who lost his battle with leukemia back in 1994. And we have sponsored this race every single year. And I started being more of a part of it, as they call me, the honorary chair, but representing the station in this capacity, I think back in 2016.
Wow.
I think this is my 9th year of being there. I think I was there just as a participant in 15, and then I started to represent the station with Janet Davies for a while, and then when Janet left the station, then it just became kind of my role. And I love it, Tyler, because it's an incredible cause. And
for sure.
The director of the Leukemia Research Foundation said this morning, because we always celebrate the survivors who are there, and he said that they're only there because of this research that we're doing, and just the cause is so important. There was a team from Windy City Wire there this morning for the very first time. They had a colleague who passed away in December of leukemia, and they raised over $10,000 to support the cause and to be there this morning. It was very, very cool. And I just enjoy it. I enjoy the race. I'm always impressed with those who cross the finish line first. But I have to start with the fact that I was so inappropriately dressed. What day is it? What is going on with our weather? I can't even. I woke up and I was like, do I need long pants or shorts? Okay, that was my first. And I was like, okay, 50s, probably long pants. Thank God. I don't know that I would be here right now had I chosen differently. I got there and I had just a thin little ABC7 fleece on that has holes in it. And with the wind, I started shivering from the inside out before I even did my first live shot.
Yeah.
And that was at like 7:40.
Okay.
And then I was freezing, physically shaking for the entirety of those 2 hours.
Well, we couldn't tell.
Well, that's good. No, I asked my producer at the end. I was like, could you tell I was shaking from the inside out? Because I actually was. And people kept saying, you look so cold. I was like, dude, I am cold. It's awful out here. The real feel felt like in the 40s, like low 40s, easily.
When I left, I was in that in between of, all right, am I going to wear shorts today or am I going to wear pants? And I saw, because like when you leave early in the morning too, and you know on your way home, it's probably going to be shorts weather.
Yeah.
But it's like, all right, is it going to be too warm where if I wear pants, it's going to be uncomfortable when I come home?
Right.
I was in that in between there, and we're kind of at that. But you wouldn't think on May 31st
You
would be
wouldn't.
at that
College
point.
football Saturday weather this morning. I
that's-
woke up and I thought we were ready to throw a pigskin around because it was free. It was like that, had that chill in the air.
Absolutely.
Yeah, feels like was 48 when I left my place this morning.
Lies. It had to be much colder than that. Like, that's what it felt like anyway to me. And I actually had like a T-shirt, just a plain, I had a Leukemia Research Foundation T-shirt underneath. I was like, well, this will look okay if I get too hot and I have to take my jacket off, which I did not have to do. But it was a great morning, a really good start to the day. I am always impressed with the elite runners that participate in things like this, that can run a 5K in 17 minutes or less. It just is really, it just always blows my mind.
Yeah.
Always. Even to see people at every age level finishing below 30 minutes, to me, 3.1 miles is impressive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean I've never done the 5K before. You're a runner.
Well, let's quantify that. I used to be a crazy runner. I used to run
All runners are
50
crazy.
Well, that's true. I used to run 50 60 miles a week sometimes. Like, I was really intense.
Okay.
And I did that for a long time. And then, to the surprise of no one listening, my body started to shut down after a while, right? Like, I kept getting stress fractures, and I already have weak bones, and it was very frustrating. And because I thought that was the only way. Again, runners are crazy. Like, that's the only way to work out is if you're running. If you're not running, it's not a real workout. That's how I've thought for decades. And now I've since changed my tune. I walk, jog, I guess is a better way for me to say it.
Okay.
Even though people are like, oh, that's still a runner. I don't know. I'm not going very fast. I can assure you. I've done one marathon. Wow. I've done probably 7 or 8 half marathons, but that's about my max.
When's
10K.
When's your last race?
Gosh, I have to really think about it. I did the Soldier Field 10 pretty consistently for a while. I want to say within the last 5 years, right before COVID probably is the last time I did a race. But then I went, oh gosh, we did not mean to go down Dionne's injury history here, but during COVID, chasing my stupid dog, it was a puppy at the time, and he got loose, and I was chasing him. I tore my hamstring.
Oh, no.
Like a grade 4 tear in my, it was awful. And from that moment on, things kept spiraling into, I broke my foot at Bears, walking to Bears in heels in the snow, and my foot slipped and it snapped a couple of stress fractures turned into fractures, so I just stopped running like I used to. I had to change.
I've tapped out of running.
Did you? Were you a runner?
I wasn't like you runner, but I would log probably around in the neighborhood of 20, 30 miles a week.
Like a healthy balance. Yeah, that's good.
But I've evolved into a biker.
Outdoor biker.
Not outdoor. No, I just like stationary bike.
Same. I'm a Peloton junkie.
And it's better on the joints.
Yep.
I enjoy it more. I can just I set the bike up. I've got the TV going. It's easy and it's mindless, and I enjoy it more.
Yes,
too.
and I can push myself on a Peloton bike, on a stationary bike, much more than I do on a regular bike.
Yeah.
I tried it once. I even I put on a helmet. I'm like, I'm going to go for a bike ride. Oh my gosh. That was a one and done. I did not want to do that
enjoy
again.
the bike ride. I don't have I still my bike that I had growing up is still up at my parents' place in the burbs, but I've thought about bringing it down. I've just never gotten around to it. But I do like the divvies and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
I'll do
cool.
that, take that around town.
That's cool. I'm
Not the electric
impressed.
ones.
There's nothing more boring to me than going for a run.
Than going for a run?
Running.
Really?
Can't stand it. I'm out of breath.
I would say
I'm tired. I don't want to be there. I do not run. I'll go run and play pick-up basketball, and that's how I'll stay.
But run to run
get
is
my
not your
exercise.
jam.
Running to run, never have enjoyed it. Ever.
I would rather go for a run though than run on a treadmill, I think.
See, this is where I enjoy being outdoors. I definitely do. But I am a treadmill runner.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't know. Is it because probably because I can watch sports and do it at the same time.
Yeah.
That's probably why, and catch up on things. I am a chaotic runner. I will admit that. I have like ESPN on the TV that's on the wall. I'm listening to a podcast from somewhere else. But then so I have two phones going, right? Like I have one phone that's playing the podcast, and then I have the Peloton app on the other phone telling me what to do on the treadmill.
2 phones over here.
I'm not that important. I am not. It's unnecessary, but this is where we're at in life. So I have all that. Like I'm watching, I'm listening, and I'm listening. Like that's I say that's a chaotic runner because then when I'm outside, I only have one voice telling, and I usually use the Peloton app to tell me when to go faster and slower. And
People think I'm insane because my living room has 3 TVs set up.
3 in one location.
Oh, the overstimulus that like I live in a Buffalo Wild Wings effectively.
Yes, you do. You do. Oh my gosh, that's insane. How big are they? All the same size?
No, one is I think like 65 and the others are 43, I want to say.
You have 2 that are in the 40s.
Yeah.
So you have like 140 inch TV inches of television.
Have you ever tried to sync
room?
them up and just create a ginormous screen of televisions?
Like sometimes if you go to restaurants, they take like the
panels and they all have one thing on it.
That always bothers me though, because like you get the little like cross in there.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like it doesn't really take away from what you're watching, but it's just it irritates me irrationally.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
So that's what I.
Do you
that's my
now?
peeve.
Where do you stationary bike?
Just in my like living room.
You do with all the TVs?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
that is quite the setup.
Well, I will say the way that it's set up right now, and I got to figure it out because I'm moving soon. But the way that it's set up is the front of our home has a giant window. So the glare comes in, and at the angle that I set up the bike, I can't really watch anything on the big one.
Okay.
Because the glare from the sun is so annoying. You can't see anything. So
I
use so it's like the big ones on the right, and then the 243 inches are stacked on top of each other on the left side.
Okay.
But yeah,
that is overstimulating.
So people whenever it's great for football, but anytime somebody comes over for football for the first time, they're like, I don't know where to look.
Well, right. I'm sure.
It's
Like,
all over the
where am I
place.
going with this? Right, exactly.
But yeah, like Sunday, you got Bears, Red Zone, and then whatever other game you want.
Red Zone Red Zone gets me it's intense sometimes.
This is, I think, a hot take from me. I'm not a Red Zone fan.
I don't know that I am either.
I don't like Red Zone. What I like to do is especially now with the YouTube TV multi-view, I'd rather just 4-box 4 NFL games.
I was just going to say the multi-view when I watch sports is next level elite to me.
Yeah.
Like the other night I had on the Pacers and the Knicks. I had on the hockey game. I had on both the Cubs and the White Sox in a 4-picture. And I'm like,
That's
this
awesome.
is amazing. And then you just toggle back and forth when you want to hear something.
Right.
That to me is way better than Red Zone. Red Zone is like somewhat intoxicating, right? Because you're like, whoa, we're going from here to there and here to there so fast. In the ABC 7, this is awesome. When we have Red Zone on, sometimes they'll show the Bears scoring before it actually happens on the actual feed because they're ahead.
Usually it's the other way for me, where Red Zone's behind.
Right. For whatever reason, in our office, the over-the-air on Fox 32 or CBS 2 or wherever the game is being shown is behind Red Zone. So if I'm watching Red Zone, I'll yell to my producer. I was like, touchdown Bear, whatever. We know what's going to happen, which is very funny. Very funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Now, would you ever have done a marathon in your days as a...
I actually was about to start training for a marathon right before COVID, and then I hurt my foot, and I was like, I never got back into it.
It is... I did one marathon, as I said, in my whole life, and my body
Chicago?
took no. My only marathon was in Billings, Montana, which I chuckle because I did
this. Is that altitude though?
Yes, and I
so
did this.
Is it tougher?
Much
tougher?
I think it was. Adding to the fun was that it wasn't like a course. You know how Chicago is a course. It's an event. It is like a big party, and there's people along the way cheering you on. not in Billings, Montana. When I ran that race, they quite literally bussed us 26.2 miles out and dropped us off and said, we'll see you back at the finish line. Like, that was what happened. There was nothing out there, and it was warm. It was like September.
Just said follow the road.
Yeah, basically. And I remember feeling my body did okay until that last. And they always say you hit the wall. I think I did about mile 18. Okay. And then I could feel like my hips starting to hurt. And I remember feeling like I limped to the finish line. My time was not respectable. To me, it wasn't. I was glad that I did that. But then it was one and done. I felt like it took my body a long time to recover. And then 1 week later, I broke my leg in 3 places. That was a good time.
What was the max miles you did for your training?
See, that was, I think 23 was what if I can remember correctly.
I feel like that's more
than
most people.
Did 2 marathons.
Yes. We probably overtrained, which, I was way younger at the time, of course, and my friend, who's still my best friend, she's like, we didn't have like proper training. We just kind of were like, let's just go and see how far we can go, and that's what we did. And that would be my hold up now. I would never want to commit to just 3 hours of running, you know.
Yeah. As someone who doesn't like to run, it's impressive to me that people are able to do that and do it for that long.
Yeah, I'm impressed with marathoners because they just it's a mindset. That's what it is more than anything, more than it is physically.
The sticker on your car?
No, I don't.
All right, good. You're not annoying then.
I don't have the sticker on my car.
I will say, there's 2 people on both ends of the spectrum of that. The people who have the 26.2 sticker on their car, you're obnoxious. But also the people who have the 0.0 sticker on your car, you're also obnoxious.
I would agree with you on that. I have to shout out someone who works with us at ABC7. He does some stuff behind the scenes. His name is Stephen Plazak. And a couple years ago, he said to me, he's like, I think I'm going to start running again. You guys, he's 30. Mm-hmm. He's so impressive. He's now sponsored by Fleet Feet. He runs races all the time. Today he finished the second. I think he was 17 minutes and 17 seconds or something like that. He's like, this is like a side job now, which I find so impressive that someone can just say, I think I'm going to pick up running again.
Pick it back up, and now
I'm like
sponsor.
Elite. Like, how is that real? Now I'm at the front of the line, like being elite. I'm very impressed.
That's crazy.
With that.
I know Shea just picked up running again.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
It's hard to start, I think.
It's so hard to start because that first mile that you do just ruins you. Like you can't do more than a mile like your first time back out unless you're a basketball player, you were a soccer player or something like that. But like if you're getting back into running and you haven't been running or like playing sports actively, you're gonna finish that first mile and be like, I'm dead right now.
Right now.
My time was terrible. Like, why would I ever do this? But the improvements that you make after that like first stretch of like, if you get through like a week, the improvements that you make right out of the gate are staggering.
Oh, it's very true. And they always say, my Peloton instructors always encourage by saying, running is always hard. You just get stronger, right? So it is fair. Now I find though, as I'm getting older, it takes probably until like mile 4 or 5 to feel like, all right, I'm really cruising. Like, and that's a long time.
Well, the fact that you get to mile 4 or 5 is better than most.
Not always. Okay, so Tyler Aki is in for Peggy today as we continue here on Peggy and Dion. We're going to talk a little bit of Bears, not all running today. We're going to talk some Bears when we come back because some interesting takes on Caleb Williams heading into his second year. We're going to talk about that when we come back here on ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dion on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hook. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge Wednesday night from 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or 2. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Cap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge this Wednesday. And please enjoy responsibly.
You guys know I was on the hunt for a new car and wanted something special and luxurious, but super practical, not just for me, but for my entire family. And that's why I turned to our friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic, as always, helping me find my very perfect ride. I don't think I can drive anything but an MDX for the rest of my life. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me, but it's not just for me. That's for you, too. So if you are in the hunt for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. They will help you find your perfect match.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit betheteacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. Peggy's on assignment this weekend, so Tyler is here joining me for the next, a little over an hour before we wrap things up at 12:30. If you would like to join our conversation at any time, 312-332-3776. Our show always brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville. Drive home in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Visit them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Tyler, this week we got to hear from Caleb Williams, a week ahead of when we thought he was scheduled to talk to us, and a week after when he probably should have talked to us. So it was a little bit of a mysterious drop. And I didn't know that he was going to be speaking until I walked into Hallis Hall on Wednesday. I don't think anyone did. So it was necessary. I needed to hear his words and to give some context to what we had learned about what he had said last offseason. I thought he was nervous. I thought he was nervous.
Did you?
I did.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And naturally so. When he started, it felt a little anxious, like he was just feeling some of that anxiety. And then I felt like he understood we weren't attacking. And I think there's just a little bit of defensiveness there, naturally. I think he was honest about, we did not expect this to come out right now. This is not what we thought was going to happen. And yet he owned what he said. And and he said, yeah, that is what I thought after I visited Minnesota. That is what I thought. But I appreciated how he said in the end, those were just thoughts. The reality is I came here and this is where I wanted to be, and that has never changed.
Yeah, I think when that article came out with the excerpts from the Seth Wickersham book, all of the juicy details and stuff lost their relevance and importance once there was the paragraph that said, hey, I actually want to go to Chicago and I can do this here.
Yes.
I kind of I was like, okay,
this is
well,
non-news now.
you just
Right.
killed your whole story right here because none of the stuff at the top now means anything anymore
Right.
because he wants to be here. And to me, it kind of ended the story there. And I get that people are going to talk about it. And it just so conveniently works out that when the book comes out, the Bears will be playing the Vikings too.
Right.
So
right.
nice for Seth Wickersham.
Right. But I do think that Caleb handled it to a point that made it a non-story anymore.
Yeah.
I think he did. But it came on the heels of a rather rough practice, and that was obvious. He did not look sharp. And so I was talking to another reporter where I just said, I have some space and grace for that, right? He's 24 years old, however old he is, and he's handling something he was anticipating this press conference, right? And so and I know, I mean, he was missing throws on air, Tyler.
Yeah.
Like it was just stuff that an elite quarterback should be able to do. And so that raises questions about how quickly he's going to grasp what Ben Johnson wants him to do and how they start to grow together. Now, I appreciated that the head coach said he's asking the right questions. He's very attentive. He wants to get it right. And so they're still getting to know each other. I just feel like we're so early. We're in the infancy stages of this relationship that we want to flourish. So please take your time setting the foundation, right? I feel like that is important to note.
I'm with you there too. The press conference itself, I don't think there was anything earth-shattering or groundbreaking that came up there, and I think that just he was eventually going to speak. He was eventually going to have to answer to this. To me, it didn't really matter if he did it last week, if he did it this week, if he does it next week. It was going to come up at a certain point. It's done. It's over with now. I feel like a lot of Bears fans have certainly moved on from this. I don't think there's any ill will or people thinking that Caleb came out of this whole press conference and story looking bad.
Not
per
at
se.
all.
I don't.
Not at
and
all.
I think it's just something that's kind of been moved on from at this point.
I think
and rightfully
so. It was important to address it, but now it's over. I don't think we ever point back mid-season and say, "Oh, remember that moment." I don't think it was one of those things at all.
I bet it comes back up when they play the Vikings week
when
one
the book is
and
released,
when the book's out.
Well, but let's just be real. It all feels like it was released. The timing of it came on the heels of the schedule release. Then they were able to say, well, the book comes out the day after they play the Vikings. How convenient. It's just gross. It's so obvious that this is a PR thing. And that he wanted people and Seth Wickersham got what he wanted, the attention to come on his book.
Yeah.
Now, does the rest of the book contain anything that sexy, I guess, that much of a draw?
The thing is, it's just one chapter on Caleb.
Right. And we don't even know if it's a full chapter.
Yeah, he's going to have, 15, 20 pages? I don't know how long chapters are in books these days. But,
right.
He's going to have that, and then it's going to, all right, here's what happened with Drake May. Here's Arch Manning. It's just going to move the drill.
A great way for Caleb to make sure that book doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things is he goes out and he beats the Vikings.
Yeah,
if the Bears win that game and Caleb looks good, nobody's going to be talking about the book the next day.
No.
But if he goes in and he doesn't look as sharp and things aren't going very well and he's dominated by that Vikings defense, unfortunately, that book's going to come up again just because that's the nature of the beast.
Well, it became a national story in that moment. Not that the Bears aren't always a national story, but it became a national story in that moment. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I should know. I listen to things later in life. But I was listening to the Dan Patrick Show, and Ross Tucker was on, and they simply asked him, who in the NFL, they said nothing about Chicago. They asked him, as we're inside 100 days until the NFL season kicks off, who in the NFL is under the most pressure this year? And unsolicited, Ross Tucker said this.
Caleb Williams, I know it's only year 2, Dan, but the Bears did something they've never done before, which is pay top dollar for a head coach. They redid the whole O-line, interior offensive line in front of him. The first two picks, Colston Loveland with the 10th pick, Luther Burden with the top 10 second-round pick, are both skill guys. The Bears are doing everything possible to try to set up Caleb Williams for success. Now you got those quotes from the book with Wickersham, which will come out, the day after the Bears' first game. I think there's a little bit of sneaky pressure on Williams because those quotes and that book have kind of put even more of a spotlight on him than there already was. And it feels like whenever you're one of these number one pick guys, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, whoever, people want to blame everybody else as long as they can, especially the fans, right? Like Jacksonville fans. It's almost like franchise quarterbacks, Dan. It's like a religion, and people want to hang on to that belief as long as they can. Jaguars fans want to believe in Trevor Lawrence until they absolutely can't. Bears fans want to believe in Caleb so badly. But with the microscope on him this year, if he struggles, I think that could be interesting as well.
That caught me off guard a little bit. I don't think he's wrong, though.
I would say the other guy he brought up in the clip, Trevor Lawrence, I think he's got more pressure on him than Caleb Williams.
Probably. What year is this for him?
Because, he's already signed his contract.
Right.
So he's going into year 6, I believe, now.
Yeah.
I believe he was drafted in 2019.
That sounds right.
So, I think he's got an immense amount of pressure.
But the fact that he called it sneaky pressure, I think that's accurate. And it's not just what they did with Colston Loveland and Luther Burden. I mean, Ozzie Trapillo suddenly is competing for that left tackle spot. So now they've invested a lot there. And the coaching staff, as we've discussed so many times on our air, is now a true NFL coaching staff. Yeah. So he's surrounded by the right people to set him in the right direction. Now it's on him to respond to that. I think that is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think everyone was talking about last year how, he's got the greatest situation a rookie quarterback has ever been dropped into. And, yes and no. I think in hindsight, coach probably wasn't the greatest. The offensive line wasn't the greatest, and that certainly held him back. But now, looking at it this year, it's he's got it is a no excuse year. I wouldn't say he has the most pressure of any quarterback in the NFL or any player in the NFL heading into this season, but it is kind of you can't fail this year.
Facts, Tyler. I don't think he has the most pressure at all because I think there is some caveat to the fact that they did change coaching staffs going into his second year, that he is learning an entirely new playbook, but one that we expect to cater to his strengths in a way that they've told us that happened in the past, but it's not actually been real. No. And you're right about last year when we said, this is the best situation a rookie could come into. No, it wasn't. It so clearly wasn't. And there's a lot that still needs to be fixed. And I think there's pressure on Caleb. I think there's pressure on Ben Johnson to prove that he's the guy. And I think he can handle it. I love how intense he's been at practices. I love that he's already intolerant of not doing it his way. I think that's important, and not afraid to call things out and saying, I said to do it this way, that's what we're going to do, and not leaving this loose ambiguity of nope, we want to be boys before you want me to be your teacher, right? Yeah. I feel like that was lost a little bit with Eberflus, and now they have someone who's going to set the standard and say, this is what it is. Either you get on board or you get out of the way. Those are your options.
Yeah. I think the thing that took everyone aback a little bit was when we saw Ben Johnson get up on Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
And that's a guy who I can't tell you if I've ever seen Cole Kmet not to say that he hasn't, but I don't think I've ever seen Cole Kmet get reamed out.
Cole Kmet plays the role of, I do what I'm told and I do it to the best of my ability, and I'm not going to. He doesn't seem rebellious. Yeah. Okay, he just doesn't seem like the guy who's going to go rogue and do his own thing and not do what the coach says. That does not seem like who Cole Kmet is.
No, not at all. I mean, he is not the face of the team, but he's like the team ambassador.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and he's just such a such a wholesome representative. I mean, from his podcast to when we get to interview him, just respectful, and that doesn't not seem like him. So if that's how the coach is setting his standard, is getting in the face of no matter, no respecter of names, I think that's important, and that's important. Okay, so what did I say when I came in here? How I was I'm so cold. sweating now.
Sweating now? We can turn the,
we knew that was
turn
going to
the
happen.
thermostat
No.
down in here.
Do not touch it. I have 7 layers on.
You're
I will
fired
just
up about the
adjust.
Bears. That's
I
what's
am.
going on.
Well, that's what happens. I get like all animated about stuff. Whew. Okay. Do we need to take a break? We do need to take a break. Okay, we're going to take a break and continue our conversation. We'll talk a little bit more Bears. We might throw in some baseball, and as we get into more Cubs and White Sox in there. I guess, what are they, like a third of the way through? 60 games?
Yeah,
third
of the way.
Wow, going so fast. Okay, Tyler's in for Peggy. You're listening to ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. From salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dion.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It is the last day of May. Somehow it's June already, Tyler, and I can't quite believe it. This year is flying by.
We're almost halfway done.
It's outrageous to me, and to hear like them saying how close we are to football season, because I mean, once that starts, it might as well be 2026. It goes so fast. Yeah. Which we are excited again to be the home of the Bears this year, and we can't wait to see what happens. We were just talking about the pressure that Caleb Williams might have on him. I was looking at these grades that Jack had sent out before the show, so we could like take a look at the roster grades for every team in the NFL. Did you take a look at this?
I saw this earlier in the week. Yeah.
I did not get like to deep dive it, but basically they talked about that the Bears' offensive tackles were among the highest graded qualified players on the team, Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones, which is surprising to me considering how horrible the offensive line was last year.
Yeah, you know what's funny? So Max Chadwick is one of the writers on this, and I went to college with Max.
Okay, cool.
He was one of my best friends in college, a couple of years younger than me. And every single year I see him at the Combine because PFF's there, and then with Waddle and Sylvie, I go with them. And he always bangs the table for Braxton Jones. And I've he must be his agent or something, because the way that he defends Braxton Jones, and like it makes sense when you go off of the PFF grades why he would be as high on Braxton Jones as he is. To me, there's an eye test element.
That's what I was going to say.
And
what
a durability element there that makes me think, really, we're going to put all this stock in Braxton Jones, so much so that we're saying the biggest strength of the Bears in 2024 was their offensive tackles. I can think of probably 2 or 3 position groups I would have taken over the offensive tackle.
I agree with you on that, and that was going to be my first question: was is there an eyewitness example to him grading him that highly? That's like, has he seen him in person, even at practice, like anything?
I don't get it, but
I don't either.
There's clearly belief, I think, not only like it feels like PFF's not alone in this either. Like I feel like I've seen this with ESPN before, and then certainly up at Hallis Hall, there's a vote of confidence in Braxton Jones, even with the Trapillo draft pick. Like it still seems like there is a vote of confidence. I think everything that you need to know is the fact that they drafted a tight end at 10, as opposed to trying to find some sort of trade partner or just outright taking a tackle there.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Like that's what we all assumed they would do, and that isn't the direction that they went, which I find fascinating. They did talk about their biggest weakness was just offensive execution. I think some of that is on Caleb, which lends itself to what we were just discussing about the fact that there is some pressure on him heading into year 2 to take the next step. Who was it, Mike Tannenbaum, who said that yesterday that he isn't convinced about Caleb Williams? I think there's a lot of people.
I saw a funny reply to that. It's like, well, color me shocked, the guy who's not convinced of. And I'm not saying everyone's got to be head over heels in on Caleb Williams right now, but it was like, oh wow, the guy who drafted Mark Sanchez and like went down the list of all the failed Jets quarterbacks.
Well, yeah.
Like isn't all in on Caleb Williams.
Well, yeah, the Jets have no space. No one who works for the Jets has space to judge anyone else's quarterback at this moment in time, that's for sure. But he did say that he worked with Ben Johnson in Miami, and he's going to be a rule-based, disciplined play caller and coach.
Yeah.
And he said the Bears were not great in coaching last year. Of course. They were not great in personnel last year. Of course. And you have to bear that responsibility. But he said what we just heard Ross Tucker say, no team has done more for their quarterback in this offseason than the Bears. So let's see how with all this noise that happened over this last, or as Caleb called it, a storm that has swelled up here in May. As we put all of that, we turn the calendar to June, we put all of that behind him. Let's see what he looks like at mandatory minicamp. They expect 100% attendance, like everyone to be there. So let's see what he looks like with some of those veteran teammates around. It's still not going to be real football practice. Let's not, like, I'm not under any pretensions that we're going to see him against a real pass rush and it's really going to look like that. It isn't. But at the same time, I would like it to look better than it did this week. I would like him to feel like, I would like the coach not to stand up there and say, mistakes continue to be made. We knew that was going to happen. I just want to see we took a big step this week because Caleb put that noise behind him, and now he can just focus on what's ahead.
I think that's something that is always weird to me with social media too. Is you can cherry pick the one throw because like even in a bad practice, you're still bound to make one throw, right?
Yeah, of course.
You cherry pick that one, post it, and boom, everyone thinks it was a great practice. But in reality, like you said, and you were there, like you see the hiccups that are still there with him in his second year. and there is no pass rush, and there is no pads, and there is all of these other components that you're not going to face in a game scenario or even like a normal in-season practice scenario either. So it's
fake football right now.
Yeah.
I even struggle with. I'm kind of like a hypocrite a little bit with me even bringing up Ozzie Trapillo, because obviously Braxton Jones is not healthy, but at the same time, like, no one's winning jobs right now, Tyler. Like, I don't need to be writing that down.
I think it's interesting to see configuration sometimes.
I think so,
especially
too.
along the offensive line when, was Darnell Wright going to maybe take a look at left tackle? Now that's not looking like it's going to be the case. Who is going to be the left tackle? And I think it is interesting when you see, all right, Karan Amagashi's getting the reps this week. All right, now it's Ozzie this week. And who's out there with who? I still think even if Braxton Jones were healthy right now, I'm still intrigued. All right, who does the staff like more, Ozzie Trapillo or Karan Amagashi? And where does Karan Amagashi even fit on this team, too?
Well, he better fit somewhere.
Yeah.
They used a third-round draft pick on him. What did the coach say, though, about I'm such an old person. I have to print out the
Nothing wrong with it.
transcripts.
Listen,
that's how I have to print out the
paper
transcripts.
never runs out of battery.
It doesn't.
Right?
It never does. You might have to replace the ink, but everyone moves on. Who did he say was TBD? That's what they were talking about, right?
This was, so you want to hear from Ben Johnson?
Yeah,
this was him on Trapillo
That was
versus Amagashi at left tackle.
We're moving guys around. Yeah, we want to give everyone an opportunity. So, Darnell, we feel pretty comfortable keeping him at the right side right now. So the left side until we get Braxton back in the mix, it's going to be a little bit of musical chairs.
Yeah, the next bite was when he said it. They said, would they consider moving right to left tackle? He said to be determined.
To be determined. Anything's on the table, and we're going to let the plan play out, which is keep them there for the time being and let these guys battle it out on the left side, and we can decide to change course whenever we need to.
I honestly think that is how he's approaching it. So I do look at, okay, he's getting the reps with the ones or whatever, but I also want to believe what the coach says, that they're not making decisions. They're not making roster and personnel decisions in May.
Yeah.
They're just not with full pads on, and that's just not real unless they know that Braxton Jones isn't going to be healthy, or they know something that they're not telling us, which we all know could be true.
Right. And I think like with Braxton Jones too, like eventually he's going to come back, and I can't imagine it's a situation where he's going to lose his job because of the injury and because he missed time. I think if he loses his job at left tackle, it's because Ozzie Trapillo or Karan Amagashi, one of the two, really stepped up and have made it known that he is one of those two are by far and away the best left tackle. I think all things even, it's Braxton's job.
Yeah, I think they want it to be. They want him to be consistent, and we worry about a little bit of durability there. But you want to see that he can be the guy. And we know how I feel about offensive linemen. Yes, we love Braxton Jones. Shall we take a phone call?
Why not?
Do we have time, Jack? Okay, I see no clock, so we're just rolling with it. Let's go to Russ out in Palos Heights, who wants to talk a little bit about Caleb Williams. Hey, Russ, how are you?
Hey, thanks for having me. I wonder, is Caleb's dad, was he the one that encouraged the article that was published in the book? It seems to me that Carl has a need to continue leveraging the issues, and I don't think he's helping his son out at all. Maybe Caleb's got to think about being his own boss.
He said, Russ, this week, he said that his dad does not speak for him. However, we all know that our parents have an influence on us. Yeah. And he said, my parents are my best friends. So what they say carries some weight.
I think with Carl Williams, too, that's just a dad taking a bullet for something that his son may have been thinking about.
Yes.
And, everyone always goes to the point of, they explored the UFL or XFL?
Yeah.
They explored that. They may have looked and spent 30 seconds researching this thing and said, well, that's not going to be anything that's plausible. You can look at something. It's just a matter of, how seriously were you looking at something, too.
Right.
He may have gotten a very quick answer to that, and it was all right, that's in the past now. We can't, that's not an option, on to the next.
What did he say about, and I'm kind of kicking, you know how you think later, you're like, oh, I should have asked that question. Like that, again, I was not thinking he was speaking that day. So the questions that I had were pretty much what everybody already asked. But he said, what did he say? We did not want this coming out at this point. Is that what he said?
Oh, about the article?
The article, yeah.
Kind of
He
blindsided
said
him.
something about we didn't think this was coming out at this time or something to that effect. Okay, well, when you spoke to a writer who is writing a book, that is going to live on a shelf for the end of time, why did you think that was a good idea?
Well,
why did you feel the need to be that honest? And what was the timing of them talking to him, to Caleb?
That's part of it too, because it seems like some of this stuff was gathered during the draft process as well.
Yes.
So some of this stuff is
what are we looking at? Like
a year
plus
old.
Right? Like what? January, February of 24?
Yeah.
Before the draft, right?
Yeah. And like those were his feelings. I don't blame him for having some of the feelings.
No, I don't either.
How he thought about the
Not at
Bears,
all.
how his
Not at
family
all.
thought about the Bears.
Uh-uh.
I think that's just it's doing your home. It's like if you were to take a new job, like at a different station or something like that. You don't think you're not going to do a little bit of research on that station? Okay, what's the turnover rate here? Like all that stuff. What's the market like? Who works there? All of that.
Right.
Like that's just what this was. The Williams family was doing their homework on the Bears.
Of course.
And
naturally.
A very quick Google search can tell you their history is not very good.
Right.
Especially at quarterback.
I don't even need Google for that. Just being around the NFL the last few years, or decade plus, you're
His
aware.
two favorite quarterbers growing up were Matthew Stafford and Aaron Rodgers. You think he doesn't know that the Bears don't have a history of good quarterbacks?
Correct. You're right. I find that interesting, though, that they spoke to him. And when he kept saying the timing of it isn't ideal, how much of a heads up did you think they got that this was going to even be released?
I don't know. Probably very minimal.
Probably very minimal, right?
Yeah.
Which isn't fair either.
Is what it is.
I don't know. I'm ready to not
It's
talk
over.
about it anymore. Yeah, it's over, and we're moving on. My favorite thing that he said was when he said, hold on, I'm going to read it to you because it's like, I think the timing of it's not ideal, but we're here. It happened. We learned from it. I think it's an experience for myself and everyone else. We're focused on now, present day. We're not here to talk about the past or discuss the past anymore. Done and dusted.
Boom.
All right, so we're going to move on to. What should we talk about next, Tyler? This is my favorite part of Peggy and Dion, when we just look at each other in the break and we're like, where do you want to go next?
Figure it out. FIO.
My favorite. All right, we'll figure it out in the break, and we'll continue here on ESPN 1000.
More Peggy and Dion coming up.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Orioles.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, well, it's a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live, Bolingbrook offers something for everyone. From the promenade to the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it is the home of over 50 corporate headquarters. Come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more. Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. 0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dion.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. We're getting you through the final Saturday of May. If you would like to join our conversation, we're only here until 12:30 today, but 312-332-3776. Tyler, I was telling you that last night was my son's 8th grade dance.
How'd that go? I didn't even know they do 8th grade dances.
They do, and it's the only dance he's ever done. Like, they've done middle school dances. They start those in 6th grade, so next year it's Noah's turn, and I'm already dreading the drama around that.
Oh, boy. Good luck.
But I know, right? But they always do them at the school, like in the school cafeteria or whatever. Well, this is the first one that they do away from the school. They went to this little... I don't know what you would call it. It's in the forest preserve, like a lodge thing, but it's beautiful. I had never seen.
Let them out in the forest.
No, I know they drop them off.
Light a bonfire or something.
So he had this whole like slick, fancy outfit planned, and then on Thursday night, the dance was last night. Thursday night, he changed his mind and wanted this whole Abercrombie look, but no Abercrombie had the clothes, so we had to like dupe it real fast through Amazon, and we did, and he looked adorable. But as we dropped him off, every boy was wearing a suit except my son. He was like, I don't care. I like it. And I mean, he had a blast. He had a great time. And then he comes home, and like, I was told by one of the moms who was there who took pictures, which was amazing. And I said, did they have a great, I said, Cash had a blast. She's like, they all did. They did not stop dancing from 6 to 9. They danced for 3 straight hours. He came home, and at 10:20, he's like, I'm going to go meet my friends. I was like, dude, isn't like citywide curfew 11? Like, that was like 40 minutes. They just walk around. Is that what you do when you're that age? They just like walk around the neighborhood.
Like,
I said yes. I should have not said yes.
10:20, I would have been said, no, you're done.
He's like, I said, well, there's no shame in just crashing out. You danced for 4 or 3 hours or whatever. Like, just chill out. He's like, no, I'm going to go hang out with my friends. But he always loses his voice at these events. Always. So how much, like, screaming is he doing?
Because you're singing along to the music. You got the loudspeaker, and you got to pump to your jams.
I called him this morning at, like, 10 when I was driving over here, and I was like, dude, your voice. He's like, I know every time. I mean, it's like, it's gone again. But I was very emotional about the whole situation. And you know, like, if
last 8th grade dance, right?
Yeah, and if your child isn't graduating from 8th grade, like, there are serious issues, right? Like, we all knew this was coming. Why does it make me so emotional? Like, it just feels so final.
High school's a different beast.
High school is, and I also know that as soon as you hit high school, it goes so fast, and the next thing you know, he'll be in college, and I just feel, I was looking at my husband last night sobbing. I'm like, we just don't have that much time left with him. Like, that's how I feel. Like, he's just growing up so fast and doesn't need us the same way. I don't know. It's been very emotional.
Wait till college.
Am I going to be very much needed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, and I'm sure a lot of teenage boys are like this too, but like, you go through that phase from like probably 7th grade to like the end of high school. You want nothing to do with your parents.
Well, right.
You like always keeping everything arm's distance. Then you get to college and they become your best friends again.
Okay.
So
well,
you've got that. You're going to be put on hiatus for 4 years. But just wait till college, and then you'll become.
Then the calls start coming in. How do I use the laundry machine?
Yeah. How do I make this? How do I do that?
Senior year, I was still putting liquid dish soap in the dishwasher on accident and bubbling up our whole kitchen. So.
Oh my gosh.
That was a call home too.
I bet it was. I think I'm going to maybe today teach him how to put the dishwasher tab in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
These are life skills.
Well, no, actually, don't.
Oh, right. See if you can figure it out. Right.
Then if he figures it out, you may not become friends again in college.
That's true. Like I will let that one slide until he gets into college.
So don't teach him that.
Right.
Don't teach him laundry. Don't teach him. I'm trying to think of some of. Don't teach him how to cook. Yeah,
that was a big
all
one.
that stuff.
That's a big
None
one.
of that. Well, maybe teach him how to use a stove so he doesn't burn his place down, getting adventurous.
That's a good idea.
Unless you think it'd be something like he'd be afraid to like start a stove or something.
The big one for me was calling home, Mom, is this leftover pizza from last week still good? It was out of the fridge for like 4 hours, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Cheese, whatever.
Yeah.
You guys, I made these. I hope he's not listening right now. I made these chocolate chip muffins last week for the first time, and I had found this recipe online. And he devours them. He thinks they are so delicious. They are full of spinach, zucchini, and carrots, and he has no idea. Ray's like, when are you going to tell him? I was like, maybe never. I mean, it's great. Okay, we're going to continue here on Peggy and Dion. We have another half hour ahead, so if you want to join the conversation, give us a call, and we will be back right after this.
This is Peggy and Dion. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like the good Kay. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me tomorrow from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Yurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you tomorrow from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When I was on the hunt for a new car, I knew what I wanted, something special, luxurious, and practical, yet I wasn't sure where to start, so I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic, finding me the perfect ride. It is so perfect, and from start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura MDX. It is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond to match me with my right vehicle, and they will do the same for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dion sent you, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion.
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
There's a fly hit to center field, hit way back, and this one's not going to come back either. Aaron Judge starts off this World Series rematch with a blast. And now he hits one left center field. It's Judge 1, Ohtani 1. It's that MVP swagger. It's Aaron Judge, and it's Shohei Ohtani.
That is a fun late May, early June matchup to be watching right now. It's such good baseball. And to see how close they are in the race right now to leading the league, it's just awesome. It's fun.
Those two have put baseball on a new pedestal. Like, I'm not saying it's back to the days of like the 80s and 90s when baseball was king, but like it's the way that those two have just kind of carried the sport on their back for the last year or so is incredible. And I don't know if you heard earlier in the week, but I made a little bet with Waddle that I texted him last night after Shohei hit his second home run of the night.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, what's the cash out value on this that you're offering me? He has Shohei to win MVP. I have PCA, and if neither of them win, then it's a wash.
Okay, that feels right.
I was feeling a little chesty. I was at the Rockies game when he hit what ended up being the winning home run in that game, and I'm like, yeah, he could really do it this year. And so he, I think, took advantage of me on my little high there. And
he totally did.
So I texted him last night. I was like, hey, what's the cash out value? And I woke up to him laughing at the message. So.
Here's what I will say: the fact that you yes, it feels a bit like a stretch, but not crazy talk about PCA is pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Wins above replacement, according to Baseball Reference. Even after last night, PCA is still ahead of Shohei Ohtani, which is crazy to think. It's because of his defense, too.
Yeah. It is.
And base running.
And base running. And, I mean, we talk about guys who sometimes say, I'm going to bet on myself, right? And I'm going to see what the season looks like before I agree to any contracts. And, gosh, did he deliver. Like, he just has taken his game to a whole new level. He's 23 years old.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't even grasp like how and this is not like how the step he took from last year to this year is just incredible. Even the way he's improved from the beginning of this season when he was batting later in the lineup and then to be go to lead off and then suddenly he's batting cleanup because that's where he needs to be. He generates this energy, and I've compared him so many times to Javi Baez because he has a little bit of that swagger, right? Like he's like, I know what I'm capable of, so just watch me, and you want to watch him. You can't not watch him. Like he's just fun.
Yeah, everything he does is loud.
Yes,
too.
everything is loud.
Even the strikeouts, like I think one of the things when he gets under a ball and it's a pop up and he knows he should have had that one, like the bat spike that he does, like there's still that like childish nature to his game where it's like, he's out there having fun. He still has like that kid in him, and he's 23 years old. Eventually it's going to be taken out of him to a degree. But he's one of those guys who I think certainly thrives over that.
Yes,
and wears his game on his sleeve, and how he feels at all times.
Yes, which was just like Javi was the same way. Like
I think my entire TikTok algorithm right now is all like PCA. It's
because someone heard you say that you think he could win MVP. That's the whole reason.
Right, exactly. And now all of a sudden, every time I scroll, it's always him.
Of course.
It's like my algorithm right now, it's like PCA edits. It's like flashbacks to 26. You know what? You actually showed up. I meant to text you, but it was late at night. I meant to text you. You showed up in one of the videos that I saw.
I did?
Because so a lot of what I have now is also like 2016 Cubs nostalgia too. So it's like Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo that there's even I got a Dexter Fowler one, which was weird.
Wow, that is weird. That is weird.
But you guess which player you showed up in?
Oh gosh, I have no idea. Was it KB?
No.
Was it Anthony Rizzo?
No.
I have no idea.
Addison Russell.
Oh,
because it was you delivering the news about him and his wife.
Yes.
And it was like you reading that, and I was like, "Oh my god,
that's crazy!"
Like a jump scare.
Yeah, that is a jump scare. Wow, remember that?
Yeah.
Holy moly, that was crazy. I hear when you say Chris Bryant, I'm like, oh. I mean, who knew his career would disappear as much as it has?
Yeah.
Just vanish.
It's so funny too. Not funny, but the Rockies were in town. You didn't hear anything about Chris Bryant.
No, nothing.
Usually, whenever Chris Bryant was in town, whether it was the Giants, whether it was the Rockies, it was that was the story. Even if you knew he wasn't playing, it was the story.
It was the story.
And this time around, no one said anything. I don't even know if you even made the trip.
I don't think he
even
did.
if he doesn't make a trip, you still never even it's still always a story, even if it's a sad story. It's
right.
Wow, did you really think we'd ever be here with Chris Bryant?
It's a horribly sad story to me, baseball-wise. Now, life-wise, I think he's probably happier than he's ever been, right? I mean, he's got his wife. They have three boys they have now. Yeah. And, I mean, he has tons of money. So, I mean, I'm sure he's okay in that regard. But it's just a bummer that he had, the highest of highs in baseball, and it's just over in such a blink.
Well, I always think about it, too, with that 2016 team. There were probably 2 or 3 guys on that team, and one of them, I guess, did make it that way with Kyle Hendricks, but 2 or 3 guys, maybe even 4, who were those guys are forever Cubs.
Yeah,
in terms of you'd expect their career, you would never expect them to play for another team unless they're in the twilight of their career and they're just trying to latch on for 1 or 2 more years. And it was I always thought Chris Bryant, Javi Baez, I'd even say Russell.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Those were guys who I was I don't think they'll ever put on another uniform for a significant amount of time for another team. And then it was Hendricks.
Yeah. Oh.
And even to a degree, Arrieta, too.
Oh, gosh.
From that 16 team.
Yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
But it's just I thought the leader out of all of them was going to be Bryant. There's no way Chris Bryant is ever going to wear another team's uniform unless he does he's trying to latch on for one more ride with someone else.
I agree with you. I mean, that image of him hugging his coaches, and it was it just felt so surreal.
Yeah.
This is where he belonged. This is who he is. This is part of his identity. And now to have him be such a non-factor, it feels like it was, right? That's where he'll always be.
It's crazy how, because like you said, it was the highest of highs.
It was.
Out of the gate, Rookie of the Year, MVP, World Series, all in his first 2 years in the league. And it's all right, it's how many not is there another for his MVPs and his World Series. And it just came all crumbling down so fast.
So fast. And for a minute, I mean, that happened to Javi, too. I feel like he's more himself now than he has been over the last 4 seasons with Detroit. But I thought, too, he'd always be a Cub, especially after they won the World Series. I just can't believe how long it's been. That's been 9 years.
Yeah.
That, to me, is outrageous. So I do find myself comparing this year's team to that to 2016 quite often. Just because of how likable they were that year, how much fun they seemed to be having. I feel like this team is like that. Also, the ability for this group to score late in the game, and they're always in it. Even yesterday, you were there yesterday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the Cubs cannot face Andrew Abbott for hopefully never again, that would be helpful. What is one run in 12, 13 innings against them in 2 starts?
What's crazy too is that first game they really hit him.
That didn't happen yesterday.
They could hit him.
Yeah.
And it was all right. It feels like the regression is going to come back their way. It was just hard hit outs in that game, and then the regression never came.
No.
In this game, and they could not touch him. It wasn't just that. You had guys guessing.
Oh,
it was some of the most uncompetitive at bats I've seen.
He had them all off kilter, all out of sorts. I did see on Twitter, though, someone was like, wow, Jesse Plemons is a great method actor. He's playing the pitcher and they do look a little bit alike.
Yeah.
He was remarkable yesterday. But even so, once they got to the bullpen, the Cubs started hitting, and you could feel it. The crowd almost wanted to will a comeback into reality. You could feel that energy because they were dead for the first 7 innings of that game.
I was sitting next to Shea and Potsy, and when Seiya Suzuki hit the leadoff double in the ninth, I was like, they're winning the game.
Yeah.
And it felt like they very easily could have won the game.
Yeah.
And even in that that eighth inning, you got Kyle Tucker up, runners on first and second. The last thing you think he's going to do is ground into a double play. And, of course, now there's the pictures going around of Tom Ricketts. He was out and about. I haven't seen him out
I haven't either.
maneuvering the stands. He was sitting right there. You could
see that.
The moment right before he grounds into the double play, Tom Ricketts is looking on, and it's like, all right, well, now he's getting a Giordano's gift card on the way out. Goodbye. Like, that's going to be it for him. But, yeah, you could still even in the losses.
Yeah.
There's something about, like, every single game you still think they have a chance.
And that is what I remember about 2016.
Yeah.
That's what I remember about that. That's what I have felt through the first part of this season, that you have to watch till the end because they have that capability, and it can be anybody. The lineup is much deeper than it's been in several seasons. And so you kind of sit there wondering, like, I mean, the only guy who had a hit off Abbott yesterday was Justin Turner, which is not who you would expect in moments like that.
Right.
But one thing I do appreciate about him, this is like just a total side note here, but as I was walking back to my car, he was pulling out of the players' parking lot in the back and surrounded by kids getting on it, and he signed all the autographs and talked to them and was like really accommodating, and I just love to see that.
So when I interned in Cape Cod, at the Cape Cod Baseball League, my host mom also had Justin Turner.
No way.
Way back in the day, and she said he was such a pain in the ass.
Really?
Not that he was
surprise you?
Not that he was a bad guy. He was just so goofy, and it just like drove her insane sometimes.
I'm sure.
But she's like, she showed me this one picture of him where he was like wearing 30 hats.
Just to be ridiculous.
Just to be, yes, exactly.
Yes,
just to be like that kid. But he, no, that doesn't shock me at all. Like, you can tell, like, he's a genuinely, like, good dude, and like the way that he's sort of grown on this clubhouse and stuff like that, the impact that he had. Like, Matt Shaw was on with Waddle and Sylvie earlier this week, and he was talking about the impact that Justin Turner's had on him, and it feels like every single one of these guys, because like Justin Turner's been there, done that. He's done pretty much everything you want to accomplish in baseball.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's 40 years old and he's still playing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
did you see when he went back to L.A.? And how he
Yes,
delivered,
he's beloved.
like, oh my gosh, he had them deliver autographed baseballs to fans in the stands when he went back.
Awesome.
I think that's so cool. And they were like, oh my gosh. I mean, of course, as a baseball fan and a fan of the Dodgers, you'd be so excited about that, which is very, very cool. And it's fun. You said something happened yesterday at the game that you want to talk about?
So I brought this up earlier this morning with Shea, but I want your thoughts on it as well.
Okay, well, I am ready.
So we're sitting there. We're kind of in like prime foul ball territory.
Yeah.
And Jesse Rogers came down to sit with us for an inning or two yesterday. And he's sitting there like being Mr. Baseball, like spewing it. You know Jesse. He's got his takes. He's trying to – he's not – like because we were supposed to have Jesse on yesterday, so – instead of us having Jesse on, I guess I had Jesse on because he just was spewing his baseball takes at me and Shea and Potsy yesterday.
Oh, my God.
He had to get it all out because his hit got canceled.
There we go.
So he there's a ball that comes screaming in, and it's making a beeline right for Jesse. This guy was about to get smoked if it wasn't for the people sitting in front of him. They caught the ball, and the guy was probably... He struck me as like he was back from college for the summer at the game with his dad and a couple friends. The second this guy caught the ball, there were probably like 5 or 6 kids aged 12 and under that come sprinting at him, hands out, asking for the ball.
Oh, my goodness.
And I was like, I'd never seen this before. I think that is so absurd. That they think because
they
somebody
came from other places.
Yes.
It's not like he took it from them. Like he caught it instead of them.
It
that's
was
a different...
fair game. No, it was fair game. This guy made the catch.
Okay.
Or if he didn't make the catch, it like dropped right in front of him and it was his ball. All right?
Okay.
And these kids, like moths to a light, come right at this guy, hands out, asking for the ball. Like almost like they were expecting, because someone older than me caught the ball,
they're gonna give
I'm
it to
entitled
me.
to the ball.
How old were they, you think?
12 and under. I would say they ranged anywhere between 6 and 12 years old.
Now, there is certain baseball etiquette that if you're reaching for a ball and there's a child reaching for the ball and you get it, the child gets it.
I agree.
But in
for
this
these people
instance,
be
they came from
flocking
other
all over the
like you're in section 205 and they're in section 197 or whatever, and they come running over for this baseball.
It wasn't
I don't like that.
far, but like I would never, as a kid, think to or I would feel extremely uncomfortable asking for it.
Agreed.
Do you know what is to blame for this?
I said TikTok.
The internet.
Yeah,
The internet is to blame for this because now if this poor college kid doesn't give the ball and he's caught on video, somebody
looks like the
somewhere is
jerk,
going to post that and rip him for not giving the ball to the kids when he really shouldn't have to. And
I
before
don't
the
think he
internet,
should.
nobody would blame him for that.
So how did he handle it?
He kept the ball.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him for it. Like, it's one thing, okay, there's little kids sitting down the row from you, flip the ball after, whatever. But yeah, he kept the ball, and I think he's totally right. Like, I am always team give the ball to a kid. In this instance, nope.
Yeah, no,
Nope,
I agree
nope,
with
nope.
you. I actually agree with you. Even as a parent, I would never send my child over to get it.
Shay thinks that it's bad parenting because
Well, I don't
he
know if
thinks,
it's bad parenting.
I don't think it was bad.
It's-
I think the kids moved too quickly for it to be considered bad parenting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, no parent is saying, hey, run over there and ask. Gosh, I hope nobody's saying, run over there and ask for the baseball.
Yeah.
I don't like that move at all. But you're right, it is the internet. That's what they see. That's all all anybody wants.
It's all me, 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 me,
Of
me.
course, look at me, look at me, look at me. And they want, like, their 5 seconds of people looking at them.
You want to know
what
what was crazy, too? On Wednesday, I was at the game, too.
Look at you,
yeah,
baseball
I'm all
binger.
over the place. Yeah. But yeah, they so someone caught a ball, and he was looking around for like a kid to give it to.
Yeah.
And then sitting like a couple rows behind me, there was this couple that was there. They were probably in their late 20s, early 30s, and the guy like put his hands up as like anticipating, and the guy threw the ball to him, anticipating that he was going to give it to one of the kids that was sitting in his row as like oh, just pass this down.
Yeah, yeah.
Guy catches it and just stands there and like sits down with like he caught
pocketed
the
it?
ball. Like he was about to, until the entire section shamed the guy into giving. Is like, and the guy who threw it was like, I thought you were giving it to like one of the, and there was probably like 5 or 6 kids in his row, too.
Oh my goodness.
And
okay, so this is interesting. So the crowd, like the other attenders of the game, gosh, the other fans, shamed him for this.
Oh yeah.
But no one shamed the college kid yesterday.
No, because I think everyone's kind of saw
the way
what we
that went
saw,
down.
Yeah.
So it's a fine line.
Yeah.
It's a fine line.
And I think everyone, all the fans in the stands, everyone did the right thing and kind of saw the situations for what they were and acted accordingly and acted correctly in all instances.
No, I agree with you. In the moment yesterday when that college kid caught it, he should have kept it. I can't believe kids came over. And
Now-
again, I'm not blaming the parents in that moment. I think that's totally the child trying to get the attention. That's what it is.
Yeah. And there weren't a ton of kids sitting around us yesterday. There were a few. I think he may have actually given the ball to someone if there wasn't that flock of kids initially.
Oh, I see.
I think that could have been the case. But there also was like 2 kids sitting directly behind him that maybe he could have turned around and given him the ball. But I think in the moment, he did the right thing, and not caving to the
I think he did too.
pressure
I think he
of the
did
kids.
Too. But yes, I blame the internet.
I'm with you.
The internet, TikTok,
Yeah.
all the things that people, they just want to be famous for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I do see that the Cubs are pulling out Drew Pomerantz as an opener today. That's an interesting take with Ben Brown's scheduled start. And you heard how quickly Craig Counsell said, no, Ben Brown is staying in our rotation. So let's see if this sets them up for more success. Yeah.
I just think the way that his pitching has gone this year, I think he'd be more effective out of the bullpen.
A lot of people do. I just
Like,
don't know
give
if the
him an
Cubs are going
inning
to
or
do that.
two. I think right now I kind of get it. Like, you're too dinged up to really make any sort of drastic move, like pulling someone out of the rotation. But as you get healthier, Shota comes back, maybe Jordan Wicks or Javier Assad. Like, if those guys are all back, then maybe you get into the conversation of, all right, let's pull him out of the rotation, put him in the bullpen, because I think he could be a really quality leverage arm for you out of the bullpen because he's got strikeout stuff.
Oh, he absolutely does. I actually was impressed with Genesis Cabrera yesterday.
I
coming
was
in
too.
and making that like, what did he face? 4 hitters?
Yeah.
No, five
Yeah.
hitters, and he had 3 strikeouts. Like, I was impressed with that.
I saw that move come through the other day. I was like, you know what? This is actually like a good flyer to take here. Lefty, throws hard, has strikeout stuff, has had good seasons before, and it wasn't working out in New York, so why not roll the dice on this? They've found some gold with some of those like late acquisitions that they've had, whether it's, and they may have it with him. They've definitely found it with Pomeranz, who's been great for them. Chris Flexen, Caleb Thielbar, like all of these guys that they've sort of found, pieced together the bullpen. Like it hasn't always, Brad Keller, like it hasn't always looked pretty, but I do think there is a pretty quality bullpen that Jed's put together. And again, no team goes into a season with their bullpen complete.
No.
Whether it's because of injuries, whether it's whatever it is. But I think that once you get to the deadline, you patch things up with some trades, and I think you'll start to see some trades probably get made here in the next 2 weeks.
The fact that they're still hitting the way that they are, the fact that they're still in first place and managing through not having Shota Imanaga. I mean, I forget, like, Justin Steele, like, just not having their top 2 pitchers in the rotation, and they're able to kind of maintain. That, to me, is impressive. And that says a lot about the way they've constructed the bullpen right now and what they may do moving forward. Coming up in just a few seconds, we have White Sox Weekly. Jeff Meller is in for that as the White Sox continue their series with the Orioles. Only lost by 1 yesterday, so perhaps they can bounce back today and get one in the win column. Davis Martin is on the mound for the Sox. Tyler, thank you so much for being here.
Anytime, Dionne.
Jack, we appreciate you as well. We want to thank Advantage Acura of Naperville for sponsoring our fun again. Make sure if you head over to visit them in Naperville or online, you make sure to let them know that Peggy and Dion sent you. Drive home in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit them, as I said, in Naperville or at AdvantageAcura.com. Hopefully Peggy's back next week. I'm not sure, but I am. Thanks for listening, guys. Have a great weekend.
Hey, this is Adam Abdallah from the Black and Abdallah Show. We're here weeknights 6:30 to 8, or you can catch up with our podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app. We are proudly supported by Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Yuengling is legendary, and now they are here in Chicago.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply in app only.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey there, Jane Lynch here. You want to hear something funny? Too bad. You want to hear something uplifting that will inspire you? Good. Because today, I want to talk to you about Direct Relief, a humanitarian organization that does seriously good work when it counts. Fires, hurricanes, earthquakes. When disaster strikes, Direct Relief immediately shows up with medicines, medical supplies, and everything doctors and nurses need to save lives. Let's ship her out! Every day across the United States and around the world, they're making an enormous difference. If someone needs help, Direct Relief helps. No politics, no red tape. Hey, what you doing over there?
Oh, I'm packing insulin for kids with diabetes.
See, every box here is literally a lifeline for someone in critical need. So check them out at directrelief.org. You might just bring a smile to someone's face.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like a good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me tomorrow from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Yurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you tomorrow from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone!
That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now, here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Happy Saturday. Hope you're enjoying your weekend on what was hopefully a short week for you, a short work week after celebrating and remembering all those for the Memorial Day holiday on Monday. Not a great week for the White Sox right now. Only one win so far, but we'll get into that in a moment. Have a nice, fun little White Sox Weekly set for you as we do every Saturday. Remember, 2 hours prior to pregame coverage on Saturdays, we have White Sox Weekly for all the White Sox fans out there. We get you caught up on what went down this